An avid racing fan and track hobbyist, Allie regularly sings national anthems at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca and throughout the region. Ollie?
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Allie, thank you very much. Beautiful rendition of our national anthem. We'll be seeing you again soon. As we get ready to go racing, 7 more races on our schedule for the afternoon. Cars are lined up on the pre-grid and just about to go out to start their 2 pace laps. I'm going to head back up to the booth so we can set the lineup for you and start the race for the afternoon.
very windy.
Okay, we've got, in a couple minutes, starting the Peter Gray Trophy, Rolex Race 1973 to 1981 Aces GT, GTX, AAGT, GTU, and FIA. This is Group A. Scheduled to start at 1:40, but 2 minutes from now, my guess is they'll do 6 defense laps like all the other groups had, and then have a 12-lap race. So what concludes that?
Welcome back to Laguna Seca, and a beautiful afternoon here. You wouldn't have believed it if you'd have tuned in at 8 o'clock this morning when we started. It was quite a different day as we go through what's coming up. We've got 7 fantastic races coming up from the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion 2024 here at the WeatherTech Raceway. And it's a typical August day now, and I'm delighted as we keep bringing our superstars in. I'm now delighted to welcome a current superstar, but now getting his mind on historics and starting to enjoy it. Current driver Ricky Taylor here with me from the Taylor legacy. It starts with Wayne, added Jordan, added Ricky. They're all racers. It's a typical. It's like the Andretti's that you know. Once you build one, all the others follow on. But Ricky, great to see you, and great to see you taking part and not just showing up. And rumor has it, the car you drove, and you'll tell me about it, you hadn't driven until the first lap that you got in it.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me. Gosh, this was, I can't say that I was this nervous anytime driving the ARX06 as I was yesterday starting this one. Just trying not to do anything wrong, not to break anything.
How long does it take? I mean, you know, you're used to jumping in things, but not, you know, these are things you've got to be careful with.
Every driver's different. I've always been one to sort of build up to it quite slowly.
Yeah.
Really take my time getting comfortable, because I don't want to scare myself with a big moment of overdriving, and then it takes you 2 steps back.
And then somebody tells you PJ's out there too, and you're like, ah.
Yeah. Normally I have a couple hundred more horsepower than him, and luckily today I did as well. So, but he's a fantastic driver, and yeah, good to be out there with him.
Well, listen, as is the theme for the weekend, we are talking about some of the greats of American racing, and Peter Gregg and the Peter Gregg Trophy is what we're about to embark on. And this basically is another fantastic group from 1973 to 1981, before your time, but I'm sure a group of cars that you grew up knowing and being aware of and being around.
Yeah, definitely. I just looked through the entry list that you have here, and there's so many familiar names, and the cars are just iconic. And I think something great about sports car racing is hearing all the different sounds. And this era was, you could hear what car was coming. Jordan actually had the chance to drive one of the Greenwood Corvettes a couple years ago.
Right.
And that is just a monster.
Well, tell me a little bit about how I mean, obviously we presume you grew up and, you know, from the minute they gave you a rattle, they also gave you a steering wheel, but that's not always the case. When did you actually think, I'd like to do this, just like Dad?
So Dad was always really busy growing up when Jordan and I started racing, and we honestly grew up going to the go-kart track with our mom. So Dad was just busy doing his own thing with his own career, And it wasn't until he retired for the first of 3 times that he was able to spend more time with us and really tell us the ins and outs of it. And once we got into the later stages of karting, did we realize, okay, this is something that is going to require a lot of focus and that we really enjoy, and we're going to want to make a career out of it.
Well, and you kind of presumed that Taylor Racing would stick together as a clan, but you've left them a couple of times and come back.
Yeah, it turns out Dad runs a pretty good team.
Yeah, you're like, better the grass is always greener.
Yeah, we had a great run. I drove for him for many years, and and the last year I drove for him the first time around, we won the first 5 races of the championship, and I was like, oh, great, we're on top of the world. And I left, and I was like, this is going to be a great thing. And they ended up winning Daytona the next 3 times after I left. So I was like, okay, it wasn't really me. I guess it was the team instead. But yeah, it's been great. It's hard to maintain 3 careers in the sport. So spreading out and spreading our odds sort of was a little bit of the approach, I think.
We had the boss man, John Doonan, in here yesterday, and of course he's got a storied history here at Laguna anyway. But yeah, I was just sort of complimenting him on the depth of field, like I said earlier before we came on, but also the number of manufacturers and the number of great drivers. When you look at WEC coming to the States in a couple of weeks and the amount of IMSA drivers involved in that and vice versa, I just don't think I've ever seen a stronger sports car era. And we always talk about eras and, that was a great era. But this is becoming quite a purple patch for sports car racing, isn't it?
It is. It's such an honor to be involved in this era, this current golden era of sports car racing. As they're going to green, we have such a great level of talent from the teams, the crews, the manufacturers, the drivers. It's just it's first class top to bottom, and I think we have John Doonan and all the leadership at IMSA to really thank for that, as well as the coordination with the World Endurance Championship and the FIA as well.
Well, on display now, some of the early days of how it all came to be. Group 8, and we're calling this the Peter Gregg Trophy 1973 to 1981, and that includes IMSA GT, GTX, AAGT, GTU, and FIA cars. Anything you want to point out? You mentioned your brother drove, which I've forgotten already.
The Greenwood Corvette. I don't think it was the same one that's out there, but the one, I think the number 40 Patrick Byrne. It's currently in second. He said it had 4 gears, but you could leave it in 4th the whole time. It had so much torque. It was just
that's great.
It was just brilliant to drive. And yeah, he said he had a lot of fun. He drove it in Daytona as well for the HSR historics there as well.
So
a couple years ago.
Now you've had a taste. Do you think, down the road, I'm sure you'll get the invite, but do you think you'd be interested in doing a little bit of this sort of stuff, or at least attending?
I love it. I was telling you before the race started that nobody ever asks me to drive their cars, for better or for worse, but I would love to do more of it. Just being here, seeing all the history. I think all the drivers are fans of the sports before we become drivers. So,
well, what you want to do is you want to be at home for Thanksgiving one time and go through the history books and then start looking at your father's great cars, buy one or force him into it, and then say, "I tell you what, Dad, I'll just I'll take that to the historic."
Yeah,
that's the same as Jensen's done. He's brought his own.
Yeah, good point. We need to get to that point in life. The one that's always been on my list was the 333 or the Chevy Intrepid back in the day that my dad drove. I would love to get the chance to. I've heard all the stories. I would love to get the chance to feel what it's like in person.
Another idea is you could just make a bet with Zach Brown, because that usually ends up with him forcing himself to have to, give you a drive in something that he owns. So
I guess like Mario Andretti did a couple years ago to let him drive the F1 car, right?
And Daniel Ricciardo did the same. To drive his Richard Petty car.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he made a bet that if Ricciardo won for McLaren, which he did at Monza, that he would get to drive a car of his choice, and he said, "I want to drive the Richard Petty car." So
okay, I need to get talking to Jack Brown then.
So Jim Norman is the 00. We were looking at that now, and that is another fantastic storied car, a 1980 Interscope 935 K3, and that's had a big weekend so far. One Daytona in its day.
Is that Dr. Jim Norman driving?
It's actually Chandra. It's Chandra. It's Jim. Yes, it's Jim Norman.
Jim Norman. Okay, because he had quite a career in IMSA as well. He spent quite a few years with us in the IMSA Grand Am years, and great guy, very smart guy as well.
So when did you start really kind of becoming a study of these sorts of cars? And obviously, it's when you're in the family, it just comes as natural, right? But But at the same time, when did you start getting interested in starting to learn about the people and the cars and so on?
For the historics?
Yeah, well, no, just racing.
Oh, yeah, I think it's like any sport. The more you learn about it, the more interesting it gets, and everybody says you catch the bug, and it's quite a cliche at this point, but you catch the bug and you just become hungrier and hungrier to learn more about what makes people successful, what makes the cars successful, what makes the cars separate themselves. And as you walk around the paddock, it's interesting to see how technology changes through the years. Do the tires get bigger, and then they get smaller again, and then they get bigger again? And what was the thought process behind that? And big engines to small engines, and it's very interesting. You could see how people's minds are changing over the years.
Scott Pruitt was in here earlier, and we were talking about the difference between while you're a current driver and what you notice and what you're there for, and when you retire and or you're at a weekend like this where you're not in that mode of expecting to win for whatever boss is paying the bills. It's a completely different experience. And Scott Pruitt said, yeah, during my racing, I didn't really want to shake any hands or talk to anybody. This was my office. This is where I was there. I was there to win, and that's true of you today. And more and more drivers tend to enjoy events like this because there is no pressure, and you are enjoying what you enjoy, but getting to enjoy it.
Yeah, I think that intensity is what helped Scott Pruitt extended his career for so long. He was not only great at a young age. Oh yeah, great battle.
5 through Rainey. Whoa!
Good thing that track limits got opened up. Yeah, he used all the road there.
Well, that Corvette has had a good run, the 37. Just looking who that's at the wheel.
John Anderson.
John Anderson, yeah, he was out earlier. That's a 69 Chevrolet Corvette with the fantastic stars and stripes. Still leading, though, the 00. And a quick look at the 20. That's Ken Exman, a perennial long-distance driver and historic driver.
This is
getting
a great
wheel
battle.
to wheel, good little battle.
Yeah, nice run through turn 2.
What do you think of the repaving of...
it's been great. I think, you try and keep the heart of the racetrack alive, and oftentimes the repave happens too soon. But I think for Laguna, it had become very, very polished, and a lot of the grip had gone away. And you look at the corner radius and you think this corner should be really quick. And I think now with the repave, the grip level matches what you have in your mind, and it's been brilliant. I think the track really lives up to the reputation now with the track grip matching sort of that perception. And when you carry the speed in, the car doesn't just drift away from you. It's really a nice feeling.
Just got a couple of shots of Rob Fuller in that 49 1972 Datsun. Here he is. And it's interesting, the Japanese side of historics is also a story that I don't think has been fully written yet. Just the impact that the Japanese made on American racing when they came, and how much it meant for them to be able to sell, put dealerships going in. And of course, the West Coast was where it all began for Japanese manufacturers. And, the likes of Paul Newman and many others have made that mark so famous in SCCA racing and American racing, full stop.
Yeah, it's true. Such an icon like Paul Newman is iconic for driving a Japanese manufacturer car. And just us over in the HRC corner with the RA272, 1964, is it? F1 car. The love that the Japanese and the attention to detail that they put into their race cars is it's something you don't see every day. And the attention to detail is just, it's brilliant to see.
I thought it was funny, sometimes your buildings get named after famous people like Skip Barber. I want to talk about that in a moment. Skip Barber got the tower at Lime Rock named after him. Paul Newman's got the Paul Newman Straight. But here at Laguna, I read up that they said, yes, Paul Newman was a huge factor and in fact, helped build the toiletries that we needed instead of the porta cabins. He's like, yeah, he's pretty. How can I make my mark there? That's what I'll do. I'll do something really that everybody will remember.
He's so humble, very charitable.
I love it. But yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of events like this. You can be a big star in your own right, in your own sport, and have a lot of attention and pressure, more importantly, on you. But here at a race weekend like this, as we look at Chandler Briscoe in that BMW.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. classic colours. You've seen it at the Nürburgring many a time. Yeah, that is Chandler Briscoe. Yeah, 1973, that. So, at the moment, Timothy Pappas leading the way in his Porsche 935. Patrick Byrne, who's had a good weekend. Ransom Webster, the usual suspects, if you will, at the front. Ken Epsman in 4th place. Rick Jeffrey in 5th. John Anderson 6th. Jim Norman 7th. Chet Taylor 8th. No relation. Rob Fuller in 9th. And Travis Olkulski in the top 10. Chandler Briscoe, who you were just talking about there, just outside that top 10. So, have you had a look at any of the exhibition cars out there in the middle of the paddock?
We haven't had a chance to go.
You've got to.
We were just talking before we came up here. We need to just do a lap of everything, because the things you see that belong in a museum that are out here racing underneath a 10 by 10 tent is just incredible. That these cars are getting used, and so we need to go take a lap and walk around and look at what's all out here, because we've been so stuck in our little world that we need to get out and explore.
So, planning on the usual big ones, obviously IMSA, but Daytona, you go back to Le Mans?
The plan is always to go to Le Mans. It's a little more difficult. There's a lot of moving pieces to get the cars there, but every year everybody's pushing as hard as they can to get our own program there.
And how's the Acura program going?
It's been great. We're a little over a year and a half into the ARX-06 now, and every weekend, it's big changes still every weekend to the car and to the processes, and hybrids are still quite new to this level of sports car racing. So
yeah, I mean, has there been any teething problems in learning the differences, or has it been an easy transition?
I think teething problems were surprisingly good. The reliability, knock on wood, has been really positive. It's the optimization and how we can get the most out of the strategies of how we use the hybrid has been where the development has come. So it's fun stuff. It's not can we make it to the finish? It's all about performance, and HRC has been always just so committed to improving, even when I feel like we had the strongest car rolling out, but the competition is so high, like you said earlier, that you can never relax, and they always keep one step ahead. So
it's a bit like Formula One. You're almost testing on the fly. Formula One has changed dramatically in the last few years with no testing, and now you see them bringing new upgrades almost every weekend, and I'm sure it's probably similar for you guys, at least not so much physical body parts, but just changing stuff to go, well, shall we try this?
Yeah, I think it is really cool to see how F1, like they've already got next year's car ready, probably.
I know.
For us, the hardware actually stays. IMSA does a really good job of limiting how much we can spend to keep it affordable for the manufacturers. So hardware stays pretty similar, but that just means the teams and manufacturers are going to find other ways to improve on things that aren't physical on the car. So how we use the hybrid, how we warm the tires, all the strategies of the team, how we maximize the mechanical and aerodynamic grip of the car, and it's always a learning process. And I love engineers for that, because they're just so creative. As they were back then. I think the difference from what we're looking at here is the cars, you could see a visual change year to year, where things have become refined over the years, but the creativity from the engineers has never changed, I think, and they're always coming up with some new ways to make cars even faster.
Watching a 1970 Porsche driven by Alex Welsh. Started 13th on the grid. You're listening to Ricky Taylor, current Acura IMSA driver. And, well, what were you tell the folks what you were up to. What did you drive this weekend?
So,
and how did that come about?
So an Acura ARX-01B, the first, or I guess it wasn't really the first Acura prototype after the lights car back in the 90s. But from 2007, 2008, the LMP2 Acura that was campaigned by Andretti, DeFerrin, Fernandez had a car. I think Highcroft had a car at one point. But we have one of the DeFerrin cars here, and it's just a brilliant car. It weighs about 700 kilograms, little between 500 and 550 horsepower. So the weight is what really jumps out to you. It's so light, it's so nimble, it's got so much downforce. I got so many messages when it was announced that this car was coming here from old drivers. Simon Pagenaud, Marino Franchitti drove it, Dario Franchitti drove it. A lot of drivers that are still, around the
Did they give you a bum
sport.
steer, or did they give you some help?
They scared me. They scared me. They said turn 9 should be flat on new tires.
Oh, yeah,
I said,
you're going to listen?
I said, I don't think so. I said, I believe that they did it, but not
That's
for me.
mean.
Not for me this weekend.
That's mean. We just saw Steve Walker there in that 1976 European Touring Car Championship winning car, that number 1 BMW from 1976. Just crossing the line and doing a good job. Currently a little further down the order. He's 14th at the moment. And here's the 39. Another Porsche. Plenty of Porsches in this group of almost 30 cars. Dennis Singleton in a 74 RSR. Let's head down to Kev in the paddock for the latest of what's going on down there. You've got another story, Kev. Go ahead.
Can't hear. Well, I'm down here with Dario Franchitti, who's about to go out. I've just asked if he can hear me, but he can't hear me, and I can't hear him because this T50S Gordon Murray Automotive is revved up. It's fully roaring. So I think we're probably just better get a look in it because it is quite a car, Johnny. Gordon Murray's cars caused an amazing stir when they were here last year at the Rolex, and they did when they were at Goodwood earlier this year. Dario then sitting in the T50S that's about to go on track, and the atmosphere down here is absolutely phenomenal. The crowds are buzzing, I can tell you. So Dario Franchitti right now just sitting in the driver's seat, about to take them out around track, just behind camera. They're 4 or 5 deep down here. It's incredible, it really is. But the noise, well, it's someone else. Johnny, I might have to hand back to you.
All good, Kev. I can hear the excitement in your voice, and that's all that we care. We've got a quick glimpse. We'll see more of it in a moment. Alongside me, Ricky Taylor, enjoying this Peter Gregg trophy. I don't know if you've got any memories or understanding of his contribution to racing. Peter Gregg and obviously Brumos.
Yeah, growing up in Central Florida, Brumos is just up the road. I was a humongous Hurley Haywood fan growing up, and how long his career lasted and how successful he was. My dad got a chance to be his teammate once or twice, and the Brumos legacy, I don't think there's anything like it for a relatively small car dealer to make such an impact on the sport.
You know, and there's very few cars that can immediately put you space and time and know where you are. And the Brumos Porsches are one of those iconic pictures on the wall where you go, yes, Daytona, America. You may not know the year, and that doesn't really matter, but you recognize that's American racing, the heart of American racing, and those famous Brumos colors, simple as they are so distinctive.
Yeah, it's iconic, and it's amazing what they created in such a period of time, and such a large time of the sport. But from Bob Snodgrass, when I first got into racing, he was still running the Daytona prototype Brumos Porsche team, which is well into shows how long the program lasted. But just an iconic time, and a big fan of everything they did. You
know, and as you mentioned Florida, and as we spend our time looking over 50 years this weekend, it's the more you kind of dig, as you say, the more you get into something, the more you're interested in it. But now you can see why the West Coast and that connection across the seas and importing from ships, big time. That's a strange place to go off. I hope there's no oil down there, but that was a very strange thing because he's not even at the braking point there.
Yeah, I wonder if he dropped a wheel on the exit of 10. That's.
But what I was going to say, Florida's proximity to Europe, again, importing cars, that sort of easy, flight from Florida. New York the same, and that combination with Canada, that nice association with that group of tracks up there with Watkins Glen and obviously Lime Rock, and then of course Detroit. So you've got these little pockets, and you can see how those became the hot spots during the early 60s and 70s, and then it just kind of bloomed and blossomed, didn't it?
Yeah, and each pocket has such a great. In America, we're so lucky with our collection of racetracks. In the Northeast, you've got Watkins Glen, Lime Rock, you've got such iconic places, and then you go south to the southeast. You've got Road Atlanta, Sebring, Daytona. Homestead is a good place in the summer, but I think for the southern teams, everyone comes down when it gets too cold. So being based in the south isn't such a bad thing. Obviously, we're here in beautiful California.
And the checkered flag is out for Timothy Pappas for the second time this weekend. So well done, and Ken Epstein getting on the board, or in second place anyway. But yeah, well done to him winning the Group 8. Peter Gregg, second run of the weekend in that beautiful Daytona winning Interscope. And it's immaculate, isn't it? That's the other thing.
Beautiful.
It's I'm always amazed at just how beautifully prepared they are. There isn't a spot on these cars, is there?
Yeah, and they drive them properly.
Yeah.
Everybody's out there racing door to door, and it's great to see them in a showroom and walk around, but to see them actually in anger on the racetrack doing what they're made to do it's pretty special. It's something to see.
I get a feeling if you've got a spare weekend, you might be coming back.
I wish. If I get an invite, it's not. You don't have to pull my arm.
So what else for the rest of the year for you? How far are we out from
So we only have
Petit
two races left for the GTP class. GT category has VIR coming up, but for the prototypes we have Indy at the end of September, and then it'll be Petit Le Mans, and then on to 2025 prep.
Well, no, sleep is it first.
Sleep, yes, that's true.
And then 2025 prep. It really is year-round these days, isn't it?
Yeah, the sports car schedule is so nice that even if we only do 9 races throughout the year, it's spread out. So we get plenty of time in between races for the teams to regroup and travel. But yeah, we feel current throughout the year. We're never taking 3-4 months off at a time.
Well, Ricky, thank you so much for coming up. I know you've got family here, so we'll let you spend some time, which is a busman's holiday, as we call it in England. But time off work, but still at a racetrack. Ricky Taylor, currently part of the Acura scene. Watch him on IMSA, and he's hooning around the tracks as always. Great character. See him on social too. He's got a great following. And thanks for coming up.
Thank you for having me. Enjoy the weekend.
Thank you, and you.
Thanks.
Car just rolling out behind. These things sound absolutely phenomenal. As I was just saying a moment or two ago, the crowds down here, they're 4 or 5 deep trying to get a look at these because they are really like nothing else that.
So, looking high above the corkscrew, we just got a quick glimpse there, and we heard a little bit from Kev, but I think his mic might have gone out of range or whatever. But either way, we do have something very special for you coming up. Another demonstration, an automotive exhibition. Gordon Murray, one of the great designers from McLaren back in the day, and well, you wonder why McLaren have got road cars. Well, Gordon Murray's the reason, or one of them anyway. And we now have the latest iteration. We saw it, or got a glimpse of it last year here at Laguna, but now we're going to see it on track. And I'm delighted to welcome Nick Hoyle from my good old country of the UK, where these things are made. Nick, what are we looking at here?
All three of our Gordon Murray automotive products here. The red car you can see, T50S, is our new track car. That is a very lightweight, less than 900 kilos, 700 horsepower, naturally aspirated V12 that screams all the way around to 12,000 RPM.
I know. I spoke to Gordon last year, and he said, I just wanted it to be over 1,000.
Yes, yeah, exactly. 700 horsepower and then 1,400 kilos of downforce in this configuration. So we've got Dario Franchitti showcasing that today. And that's in final development at the minute, and then the lucky 25 customers of this track car will get those at the beginning, sometime during next year. In the middle is our current production car, T50. PS4, the blue car you can see there, is the final prototype vehicle before all the production cars. Now we've built and handed over about 25 of the 100 production cars of T50 to their lucky customers, with the remaining 75 coming towards the end of this year. Now that's pretty unique. It's a 3-seater car, a natural S-rated V12 again 12,000 RPM, 665 horsepower, and again very, very lightweight, so 2,200 pounds, or just under 1,000 kilos. And the USP really for all the cars here, for us as a company, is driving perfection, lightweight engineering art, and really making sure we're looking after our customers. So as I said, we only have 100 customers for each of the models, and we like to bring them along with the journey with us. So
now, is that by design in terms, or is that due to, parameters, really? I mean, certainly, when you go into production, you got to think about how much you want to scale up.
Sure.
But is that also to keep it as elite? Not elite, that's the wrong word, but as exclusive.
Yeah, that's right. Exclusive, yes, absolutely. So here goes Dario and T50S.
Now, you told me a story about how McLaren cars came to be. Do you want to tell it again?
Yeah, sure. So, Gordon was coming back from one of the Grand Prix with Ron Dennis and Mansour Ogier.
And was part of the team.
He was running. He was technical director of the Grand Prix team, and they decided they needed to make a road car. And so that's from that point in 1990, McLaren cars started with Gordon running the company. And the car that they were making was the McLaren F1. Now T50, the blue car you can see here, is the F1 reimagined 30 years later. So Gordon, still very, very active in our company, Gordon Murray Automotive, still very active, working every day with us. So a few years ago said, come on then, let's make a new road car. We're going to make another 3-seater, another naturally aspirated V12, but we're going to do it 30 years on with 30 years later technology. And so we've got a very lightweight carbon fibre structure. You sit in the middle, so you're putting the driver at the centre of the action. We're giving a manual gearbox, a 6-speed manual gearbox to use. So driver involvement is absolutely what we're all about here. So give them a lightweight car, all the interaction of a manual gearbox, and he's going to be happy as Larry. This is absolutely not a numbers car. So we're not shouting about massive power values. We're not talking about massive downforce values. The reason the car works on track in this environment is because we put the attention to detail in to make sure it's really lightweight and making sure we've got a really responsive, a good power from the engine.
I always think when I think of, and I know back in the day when it was announced that the F1, the McLaren road car would come into being, I suppose, like a lot of purists, was a bit cynical, saying, "Oh, come on, you can't go head to head with the history of Ferrari and some of the great marques, Mercedes, and so on and so forth, and build a supercar and create a niche in a market that has so few ways to do that,
sure,
and also stand out amongst Lamborghinis, Ferraris, etc., Bugatti, whatever you want to talk about." But I think, and it's true today, and you mentioned the fact that 30 years on, it looks like a McLaren. It has the lines of a McLaren, and they've managed to create a piece of the market that no one else has got. And when you see that car, that your first thought is, "Oh, is that a Porsche?" No, it never is that. Yeah. You're like, "That's a McLaren," and that is not easy to do.
No, I think that. Yes, it does have some inspiration from the McLaren F1, but here at Gordon Murray Automotive, we're really trying to be our own thing. So I think that now the McLarens of today, the Porsches and Ferraris of today look very different, don't they? And we're absolutely, you can see on screen now, T33 is our second vehicle, a development car at the minute. And this is very much a return to beauty. It's a car where function follows form, really. So we're going for a very elegant, beautiful aesthetic based on 1960s sports racing cars. So Gordon has a real passion for those, particularly Italian sports racing cars, things like the Tipo 33.
Yeah.
In terms of Porsche, the 908 Porsche, and there's even little bits of Lamborghini Miura in that you can see. So on the one hand, we've started off with T50, and it is kind of the successors of the F1, and so it takes some inspiration from that, but goes its own path. T33, return to beauty, so uses a very similar V12 engine. It's our own primary structure, aluminium and carbon fibre. Again, very lightweight, and again, putting the driver involvement front and centre.
And you're saying you're building 100, or the idea is 100 of each?
That's right, so 100 T50s, and they're, as I said, in production right now, going to their lucky customers. We're actually building 25 of the track car, And then we're building 100 of each of 3 variants of T33. So a coupe, which you can see on track, a Spider, which we've just been showing to some customers and press here in Monterey Car Week this week, and a third variant we haven't launched.
Well, there's the checkered flag. And last question.
Yes, sir.
I guess when you get down to those tiny numbers,
yeah.
Can you, like Ferrari and like some of the other big supercars do, can you kind of custom make the interiors of the car?
Yeah,
for the
absolutely
customer?
right. Yeah, so we do offer bespoking services and plenty of options on that regard. So I think what I haven't mentioned, I should really do so. T50 is known as the fan car. So
yes,
additional aerodynamic advantage there. So you can see the fan on the back of the car, and that's just helping energise the diffuser, get some more efficiency out of the diffuser. We've got such an aggressively sharp shape to lead in the diffuser. We've got all that space to do that. We're using the fan to pull the boundary layer from the diffuser and increase the downforce by 50%.
Wow.
So we're kind of drawing a line between the F1, as I said, and also the 1978 BT46B Brabham fan car, so which you'll remember won the Swedish Grand Prix in 78 with Niki Lauda driving.
Yeah.
So another Gordon-designed car.
Yeah.
So yeah, just taking that inspiration.
So
from
he's
that as
got
well.
his own personal touches that are kind
100%.
of his, you know, like any artist, I suppose, or
Absolutely
creator.
right.
He's got his touch that says, yes, that's mine, and everybody knows it.
Definitely, 100%, yeah.
Well, thank you so much for
My
coming
pleasure.
in, Nick. And as he dives down for the last time down the corkscrew, we'll put this demonstration to bed. But fantastic to see these cars, and fantastic to see one of the greats. And that's part of what we're celebrating here. So talking about Gordon Murray and seeing his cars is absolutely apropos as part of the 50th celebration, given that we're talking about the likes of Peter Gregg and Parnelli Jones and Jim Hall and so many of the great innovators. So, yeah, Dan Gurney, I mean, we could go on, but but it's great. So thank you so much for coming in, and best of luck with all 300 cars. I'm sure they'll go out the door quick.
They certainly will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Visit motortools.com for more information and to find a store near you.
And with that demonstration over, we'll take a short break here from the 50th. Lost 20 years for a second. The 50th reunion here at Rolex and Laguna Seca. Join us after the break. More great racing to come. We've got some loud cars coming up.
What path do you take? Out here, it's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
My dream has always been to compete at the highest level. Not for the love of fame or what comes with it, but to continue my family's legacy. On a team that puts winning in the driver's seat. Introducing the Acura Integra Type S HRC prototype. Born to win, just like me.
Welcome back to the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion 2024. Would you believe it? Half a century we've been coming here. 50 years. Steve Earle, what did he create back in 1974? Well, back then, there were just 60 cars, and most of the entries were from California. There was a couple from Texas and one from Arkansas. But now this is a truly worldwide event, and it's very special indeed. On track at the moment, the famous 1965 Honda that didn't get to race in the Formula One category because it's, well, it's a lot smaller capacity, so it doesn't really hold a candle. So they're trying to get it out. They tried to get it out yesterday, couldn't do it. Takuma Sato was hoping to give a run in it because obviously his love of Honda. But it's a nice precursor to what we have coming up, which of course is our next group. One of my favorites, and of course my hero. Well, I say of course my hero, but Mario Andretti, if he isn't your hero, I've been very privileged to spend quite a lot of time with Mario being at COTA. He was the ambassador for the first few years. And of course the Andretti family. I work with Adam Andretti in Trans Am, and of course so many of the Andretti's part of, whether it's Marco, Michael, you name it, they're always in the headlines. And I'm also welcoming into the booth Alan Orchard and Ryan, is it Berkey? Barkey. So welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you.
First and foremost, what are you guys doing here?
Yeah, this is really new to us. So obviously I've worked in the industry in Formula One, and Ryan and I got together. We met last year at Bruce Mayer's collection in Hollywood, and we started a podcast together called The Road Show. And now we're out visiting all different events around the world, to be honest. So Goodwood Revival, Festival of Speed, Monaco Grand Prix.
Amelia
Island, yeah. And so this is obviously an iconic event for us to come to and just soak up some of the history of racing and cars.
So if I tune into the road show, what am I going to get?
You're going to get 4 people from different corners of the industry. So we have Dan Pilling, who works for Dirtfish, and he's got a very strong knowledge base around rally. We have Lindsay
I have a
Jess.
very soft spot for Dirtfish.
Yeah,
Steve Rimmer gave me a full day at Dirtfish. He gave me his best instructor, or he said he was. And we had a lot of fun.
Amazing. It is a great facility. Great cars. You can really go let loose. We have Lindsay, I think, who was on your show earlier on.
Yes, yep.
So she's steeped in Shelby history. Ryan obviously has a massive cars and coffee and community in Colorado that he's a part of. And I'm in England, so we're in 4 different locations.
Brilliant.
We're international, so it's very different, and people in all corners. So there's something for everyone. Check us out at the Road Show.
That is very, very cool. And presumably the next show is going to be all about Monterey, right?
It certainly is.
100%. Yeah. This is our first time here.
Correct.
And my first time. And this
what do you think?
Yeah, exceeds every
it's
expectation.
Mentally exhausting.
It's just so much to
It's
process.
overload, isn't it?
Oh, in the very best way.
Well, you're not missing anything. We get 2 pace laps here, but I hope you're ready to talk about some good old Formula One cars, because we've got an array out here, and it's a beautiful collection, including a Jackie Stewart there. We've also got, I think, 5 marches, and we were talking about it yesterday. I don't think I've ever seen so many marches at a historic event, because obviously it's not the most favoured of marks there is.
No.
Your favourite marks, there's one. Can you get any better than
Iconic.
that? Oh, yeah. I mean, what Mario did at the time, and when you look back at that time in Formula One, it really was, you talk about how Verstappen and Honda and Adrian Newey have created the perfect time and purple patch for Red Bull. But it's always that way in motor racing, isn't it? It's a combination. 1980, when
Things
Williams
gel.
had that sponsorship,
Yeah.
had the design and had the work towards those. And the same with Mario at the time in the Lotus 79 in 1978. It was just that combination of everything they've been working towards.
It's that perfect storm in Formula One. You have the car, you have the driver, you have the team, the race engineer. And again, like the car that's in second there, Zach Brown's 1980 Alan Jones Williams.
Yeah.
That's an iconic car, iconic time. It's successful time for Williams. And Zach is a racer. He hops in many cars out there and jumps in this, and he races it.
Yes, he does.
So it's exciting.
Yeah, I was saying yesterday, it'd be funny being Lando and Oscar in the current circumstances. I can imagine them sitting there going, yeah, but you said you let me pass, and then he walks in and goes, all right.
Yeah, you can't lie to your boss, can you?
Well, but there's a slight bit more respect with a guy that actually does
it.
Put the helmet on and do what you do, and knows what you're going through, knows what your ego's all about, and has done it right from
and the
very
pressures
start.
and all those things, yeah.
And what a turnaround for McLaren, and we hope the same for Williams, as we've been talking about it. And it's great to see Tyrrell's out there and so many great cars. But let's start talking about what we are about to see in action. We got some good racing yesterday. Cal Meeker and Zach Brown. Let's see if they go at it. Dwight Matheson had a good run. And watch out for Martin Lauber as well in that 1979 Tyrrell. Guys, what memories, if any, have you got of these particular cars? Or do you have a favourite or one that you've been wanting to see on track?
As an Australian, obviously I'm going to go to the Jonesy one. That was when you have a national champion, it just brings the country alive. So that car, Williams' is credible engineering. It's great to see that out there again. So
now I'm not being rude here, but I would say Alan Jones, and I know this because I've met him, is the epitome of what you'd expect from Australians in sport, and then take it to the next level, Australians in sport and motor racing.
Sure.
He is a hard-knuckle, no-messing guy.
Nicely worded. I wondered where you're going with that. So.
I know him because his son Christian raced in Asia in Porsche for a while, and got to know him. Christian did a great job. But Alan would
and
come
that's
to
why I
racing.
like seeing Oscar coming through. You see that quiet confidence with him that he's going to go far. You know, he has that grit.
Well, he's got that double combination. He's got a bit of the Weber and a bit of the Jones.
Yes.
You know that there's a steely eye in there. and he hasn't. And he's also kind of got the affability of a Ricciardo. So he's kind of amalgamated everybody.
Yeah, and we're likable people as well. That's
yes,
good.
Yes, I'll give you that.
Yeah.
What a good-looking group of cars.
It is.
It is. Yeah.
I remember growing up, that Jackie Stewart car was definitely on my little shelf in a little dinky. Oh, what a sound. Doesn't get much better. Now, let's have a look at this 35 going through here. I'm just trying to find the list here. Of me Group 10s.
And it's great to hear raw engines again. Those DFVs are, they just makes your heart sing, doesn't it?
Oh,
Listen
totally.
to those.
Well, and as Ford come back,
of course,
the stats. Everybody talks about the most great, engine in Formula One. Well, nobody is going to stop Ford from taking that, and if they start as they finished as they were, but that DFS engine was I think it's 183 wins. Total,
something like that, yeah.
Well, that's because everybody used it, so... Wow. Who else do you want to talk about? Let's have a look. Well, we've got Martin Lauber in that shadow, so we do have some American cars out there at the moment. Good to see.
But it's always good to see the Ferrari as well. It's iconic cars still, aren't they?
Oh, no question. And, of course, that is a similar car to the one that Nicky drove to the championship, and also the car that he had his massive accident and then lost the championship to James Hunt in by 1 point.
But taking a Formula One car around Laguna Seca must be an experience, because modern Formula One tracks don't have corkscrews,
No.
To turn in, what is it, look at the second Gumtree or second oak tree?
No, the oak tree, yeah.
That's it. So, sorry, it's the Aussie, Gumtree.
The Gumtree.
Gumtree's here.
It's big in Australia.
I know, I love it.
And so can you imagine full gas through the corkscrew in anything is daunting, even the Duesenbergs earlier on. So.
Yeah.
Well, just as a first-time visitor, I can't get over the elevation here. It's like nothing else.
And we've been saying it all day, the TV doesn't really give it full credit.
Elevation is crazy. Even just driving on the perimeter road, it's a mountain climb.
Yeah, it totally is. That truly is, again, growing up, those are the cars you remember, that Ferrari. I suppose 75, 76 was when I really, I think I was probably about 12 or something, and I really started following the cars and, like I said, buying the toys and asking for them for Christmas. I used to rate. I was at boarding school, so I wrote to all the Formula One teams and got stickers and signed things for my dorm.
I did the same, yes. But it was an interesting time, because these cars, they went to tracks that we don't go to now, like, Kyalami and those sorts of places. It really it just excited so many young kids, and I was one of those people as well. That's what really got me into Formula One, and early Adrian Newey, Leighton House cars.
Yes.
You
Yeah,
know?
we forget those. The early days of Adrian Newey, even going back to his IndyCar days, people forget that he spent a lot of his informative times. Just saw the Shadow DN9 heading out of the pit, so we hopefully will see Martin Lauber out on track. There's the 28. That's the Penske PHC4, talking of American cars again. Penske a short time in Formula One. And even a short time for Pinelli Jones's cars. Pinelli Racing having a quick juncture into Formula One briefly, and Mario also played a part in that too. But of course he's known for his time with Lotus and Ferrari. I loved it. A lovely comment he made about his early days when Enzo approached him at first to drive the car, and he kind of declined and said, actually, you know, I'm doing pretty good in 5,000 and Can-Am and all that kind of stuff. And
yeah.
Racing in America was more lucrative, and a few years later he was able to name his price.
What a view, though, that landscape
I
just
know.
behind there, and it's like watching Tour de
Just
France.
incredible.
You know, the
It really
bikes
is.
going through. It's an iconic location. But I thought for a period we were going to lose this track, weren't we? There was
Yes.
a risk.
That's right.
But now that's been shored up for the next, several
Honestly,
years.
I think that ahead of this week and this weekend, I think that's the biggest news to take away from here. Of course, we'll be announcing what's happening next year, but to have the stability for those of us who do know Laguna and the struggles that it's, you know, when it's run by a city council, you know, it's always going to be political. You'll always have people with opinions that aren't the same as yours. But now with a group of organisers and council people, friends of Laguna, they are called, and they are full of either ex-racing drivers or people from the motor racing industry, and they are going to preserve, quite literally preserve, this very special event and many more like it here at Laguna.
But what an economic force.
Yes.
You know,
absolutely.
I mean,
Bringing in this week the
It's-
revenue into here.
I feel like half the world is here this
Yes.
week, right? It's,
I'm staying on the beach. It's the best I could get. I try to get into a Motel 6, but no.
That's up market. Yeah.
Motel 600, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, bit of a whiff of something coming
Bit
out
of
the back
something,
there.
but it doesn't look too gnarly, does it? Now, I had the Tonka toy of that.
Oh, yeah.
I definitely did. And I had an Emerson Fittipaldi one, too, with JPS colour.
But
Didn't
these
know
are-
what cigarettes were back then. I just thought it was a nice colour.
They're the sugary things you
Yeah.
chew on, aren't they?
Yeah.
Exactly.
But it is true, though, that era, that if the tech industry is the new cigarette industry for Formula
It
One,
is indeed, yes.
these colours, these JPS colours, were so distinctive. Carlos Reutemann, you name it, so many great drivers drove. Emerson, obviously, I mentioned, and of course Mario.
We had an Andrew Marriott on our show
Ah,
recently.
yeah.
Oh, we
Legend.
did, yes.
Legend,
Of course.
absolute legend.
Did you extend the show? You needed to.
We had to in half an hour.
We hardly got a word in.
And then you thought, we should ask a second question.
You're not far off, but he went on and on about Mario.
Oh, yeah, he was.
He was
that's
his
favorite.
choice of legends.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. I
for
can believe
sure.
that.
Now, Andrew was amazing. He was.
Absolutely.
Well, I said to Ryan, it's going to be the easiest podcast for us. We can ask him a question and sit back, and he would just go. So
That's exactly
But
what
I
happened.
marvel. I worked with Andrew for a long time back in London when I was working with Sky, and I used to work on his 3-hour motorsport program. These things like Formula Nippon, and he would come in the morning, and I'd bring him like I have today, thousands of notes. Never read them. Thousands of notes. Mario would just walk in before we went to record, and he'd sit there, and it would come straight off the top of his head.
Yeah.
I mean, his photographic memory. I don't know what he's got up there.
How he retains it.
Yeah.
But he did say, preparation is everything.
Yes,
and,
absolutely.
as you can tell, we've prepared really hard for this.
I can see you got your T-shirts on and came here.
in the 5 minutes warning that we had. Yeah.
We're nothing if not promoters.
Exactly.
Well, I can tell you, Cal Mika is leading the way at the moment in that Tyrrell 009. And Cal, definitely one of the favourites here. Sadly, Charles Nurburg, who had hoped to take his Williams FW07 out, did not get a chance to do so. He had an electrics problem. Said everything just lit up on the dash, and so he kind of got a bit spooked by that, and he and Cal Mika were going at it at the time, so he just pulled out the way and allowed Cal to take it up, but he won't care.
Well, we went down to Zach's garage, and we spoke with the crew chief down there, Flowers, and talking through some of the complexities of running these cars. With the DFE engine, fuel and gearbox, that's fair enough. Easy to get relatively easy to get parts for, but the rest of it they have to make themselves if there's an issue. And these are iconic cars. There's no aerodynamic data to lean on. They have to learn their way through every track. And Zach gets in the silk cut Jag.
Yeah.
He gets into the Jonesy Williams. There's some of these other guys. They're doing week in, week out in these cars. So,
and I learned a great story this weekend. And you always take something away. And I was told that Zach Brown started his racing career here at the Skip Barber School because he won a prize in a TV competition. Won some money.
That did the rounds.
That is
and came and so. And now look at him.
Living our dream.
I know, it's brilliant.
You can do it too.
Yeah, there you go. No, I love stories like that. I don't knock anybody who, takes a chance and makes it into something.
But he works hard. He runs Autosport, United Autosport. And they are committed to modern Le Mans cars, and he puts a lot of effort in. So.
Well, there's Martin Lauber in that 78 Shadow DN9, driven 78 at the Silverstone International Race of Champions by Clay Regazzoni. I got his autograph, I remember, as a kid.
Oh, what a legend.
I know, I love Clay Regazzoni. He spun off, and then a few laps later crashed into spinning Mario Andretti's Lotus 97. He totaled the Shadow and rebuilt the T-car later in 1978. Ran in 1978 US Grand Prix, driven by Hans Stuck.
In fact, I think isn't there two Hans Stuck cars?
Yeah, I think there are, yeah.
So.
We've got a Tyrrell 04, John Dimmer at that one. And we're just looking at the number 14 coming through shot now. And this is your leader. And actually interesting, this is an interesting part about this car. Sold to Carl Meeker in 1986 and confirmed that the car was used to implement a research program into the dynamics of active suspension during the 79-80 seasons. Think about that.
That's iconic time.
We got our knickers in a twist in the early 90s about active suspension and what was Schumacher and Benetton up to. Well, they were just doing what they were doing back in 1979.
But talking about aerodynamics, that 1980s Williams is a ground effect car.
Yeah.
So it has side skirts, and to keep it safe and fair, Flowers was telling us this morning that they have to run it, I think it's 4 centimeters off the ground. So that car is capable of much
lower,
more.
yeah.
So.
Well, and that is a current situation in Formula One currently, isn't it? How high do you run the cars? And certain tracks will suit the Red Bull, other tracks will suit the McLaren or the Mercedes. And we're back to some of the same problems that they had back in the day. Well, Carl Meeker's having an easy time of it out front. Zach Brown not giving him a challenge today, but that's okay. He's had a busy weekend, is Zach?
He certainly has.
Well, he stopped right outside my commentary booth yesterday in the Silk Cut Le Mans car.
I think they had a transmission or a diff issue and they had to retire it.
Here's the 27 of Zach Brown. And as you said earlier, this was the winner of the 1980 World Championship in the hands of the great Alan Jones of Australia. And again, when you think about modern day Williams, that coming together of the right sponsors, the right drivers, and the right design as we move ever closer to 26 and, a new era of Formula One. You just wonder if Williams will get back to this stage of success that we all know they can have. And I do think that the way they're rebuilding that team post both of the Williams, obviously Claire and Frank, I do hope that their legacy will continue. And
obviously back then you had a really force in there with Frank and Patrick Head.
Yeah.
And now James, obviously, you can never rule them out, can you? Because you look at where McLaren was a year and a half ago and where they are now. They are building. They're building up, aren't they? So it's going to be exciting, to where it's going to be by the end of the year and into into next season.
And the more I listen to James Vowles, the more I have respect for what he's doing, how he's treated the likes of Sargent, which was never an easy situation, especially given the market in America and the fact that Doralton Capital are their backers and people like Michelob and so on have jumped on board. Never easy. He's given him every chance possible. I hope it turns good for him because he's a great kid.
Let's look at Sargent, because anyone who's in Formula One is a very capable driver.
Oh, God, yeah.
Or 99.9% of the time. But if you look at his lap times at Monaco, incredibly tough track, where he hooked in behind Lando and paced the same lap time. and kept his wheels clean, his nose clean. So he's a good driver, and he just gets a hard rap, I think. You know, it'd be great to see an American driver up there and successful again, you know, mixing it.
Oh, no question. I mean, any of the IndyCar drivers, past and present, could be in Formula One. You know, we talk currently about Palou and obviously Pato O'Ward, but really, you know, they're all of a nature, of a skill nature that is so good. As we take a look at this 1982 March F1 car, Octavia Rinken at the wheel, and we go back to the 3 of Dwight Matheson in the number 3, pedaling his way.
White flag.
Yep, white flag. That's another one of the Tyrrell 009s, Matheson driving. Coming out. That yellow helmet suits that car perfectly, doesn't it? I love it. But yes, wind it down, and the great attraction, of course, to any historic event is a Formula One display as we honor Mario Andretti, one of 2 American world champions in F1.
I think a lot of these guys also take their cars to the Heritage rounds that supports, I think, at COTA as well.
Yep.
So, you know, people are going to get a chance to see these and some others and more. So
yeah, looking forward to that. I'll be doing. I live in Austin, so I'll be doing that race for F1. But obviously, we do the undercard as well. So looking forward to that. Great to have historics back. I really hope we can get more single-seaters at that event. I'd like to see FR and the current F3 race cars that we race here in the States. Not happening in a few years, but it could do very easily. We had the W Series a couple of years ago, and of course Miami had the F1 Academy. So there's always some good undercards, and Porsche are always ever present.
absolutely, and I was lucky enough to be at Silverstone this year, and they had again the past F1 cars, and so there were some of the V10s streaming around. It's fantastic memories for me as a boy growing up, and going to Adelaide I went to the last Adelaide Grand Prix and the first Melbourne Grand Prix, and when I knew it was going to move, I had to at least experience it.
I was at the first Melbourne Grand Prix, and I interviewed, what's his name, Andrew, the guy who ran, and still does, I think, runs the event.
Okay, well, we actually have a young guy, Pat, who works at the Melbourne Formula One Association. He's coming on our show, actually, next week, so yeah, it'd be great to get a window into his...
Now, hang on a minute. Cal Mika has pulled over before the line. No! Oh, no! Alain Mansell, push it.
And that's the
Can we jump down there and help?
I mean, you feel for him. He's right in front of our commentary booth. He's right there.
Oh, it's heartbreaking.
Get your cameras out, folks. You don't want to see that.
Motorsport is just an ungrateful mistress, isn't it?
Isn't it? It just keeps, the more it gives, it just keeps taking away. Oh, what a shame.
No.
Well, there you go. So, ironically, here's the headline. CEO of opposition team wins in America. It's true.
Amazing.
Zach Brown, the CEO of McLaren, wins in a 1980 Williams to take the 2024 Mario Andretti Trophy. There'll be a trivia question in years to come, won't there?
Take that trophy.
Who won the historic race in 2024 to celebrate the 50th, and what was he driving and why? We'll take a short break. We'll be back with a moment.
What path do you take?
I'll let...
Out here, it's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks...
Thanks for making this easy for
well,
us.
we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
My dream has always been to compete at the highest level. Not for the love of fame or what comes with it, but to continue my family's legacy. On a team that puts winning in the driver's seat. Introducing the Acura Integra Type S HRC prototype. Born to win, just like me.
Welcome back. We've just had a fun session here with the boys in the booth watching historic Formula One. Zach Brown winning that one. But before we let him go, Ryan Buckey and Alan Orchard, tell us a little bit more about the podcast and where we can tune in and how to tune in. Hang on.
Yeah, you can go to the usual spots: Spotify, Apple, Instagram at The Road Show Podcast.
YouTube is going up next week.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have a fun time. We're just four enthusiasts at heart, right? Who just get together and you know.
And we try and put some structure to it. We try and go with some show notes, but you know, we just love it and we deviate, you know, from what
As you
events
should.
is
It's
on
a
at the time.
podcast. That's it. Have some fun.
Keep it real.
People are too formal.
Yeah.
Well, listen, thanks for coming up. Lots more
thanks
to
for
come.
having us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, but
What a
appreciate you.
thrill.
Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. There's a few more races to go, but we'll unleash you back in the paddock.
Thank you very much.
On some undesiring folk now. Have fun.
Thank you so much.
But that doesn't stop us from carrying on, and from one Formula One icon, certainly Mario Andretti, to one that did, in his day, take a world championship in fantastic style and continues to be at the top of his game. You can see him in action on WEC. In WEC in a couple of weeks' time here in the USA. He spends a lot of his time out in the USA, but also is continuing to be a pundit for F1 on Sky Sports in the UK. His name, of course, Jenson Button. And his glory days of Formula One may well be over, but he continues at the top of his game. We spoke to him, or Kev Harris did, yesterday.
But how about this? It's actually quite quiet down here on the pre-grid. And look who I've caught up with, Jenson Button. Jenson, great to see you. Thanks for taking the time to have a chat to us. You just told me something remarkable. Qualifying yesterday here at Laguna Seca was what?
My first time around this track. Ain't a race car anyway, but yeah, it was interesting. In an old car as well, you know, it's always a bit scary on new tracks, but in an old car, yeah, it was interesting.
And the thing about the Rolex is the cars have to be period, they have to be authentic, and they have to have provenance. And your car that you've bought here ticks all of those boxes. Tell us about it.
Yes, so it's the 1952 C-Type, the only bronze one in existence. Originally owned by Fangio.
This is phenomenal. He was the first owner, right?
Yes, yeah. So he had it as his road car when he was racing for Ferrari. So good times. And then it was bought by someone else in Argentina. They raced it, and then it came to Europe. It's raced for the last couple of decades in Europe as well. So it's won Le Mans Classic, it's won Monaco, it's won Goodwood. And I raced it for the first time last year at Goodwood, and we qualified on pole, which is good. But we had a little gremlin that crept in and didn't finish.
How long have you had it for? And was this a car that you searched out and thought, I'm going after that one?
5 years. Yeah. 5 years I've had this car. So now it's been a little while because I wanted to get the engine prepped correctly. Technology's come a long way since the 50s, but you know, you can't really do much in terms of brakes because they're drums. Yeah. You know, with setup is very limited, but you can tune the engine. So we have a lot more power than they had back then, a lot more. But the car's the same, so it's just more difficult to drive. But it's all good. It's going to be fun. We're racing. Well, we're not racing them. There's cars in this race that are from the 60s, so they're 10 years newer. Yeah. Very difficult to race them. Bigger tires, more power. But there's a D-Type starting right next to us, which is kind of cool. So we'll have some fun, and it's just to show the car off, really. There's so many beautiful cars here, and it's great to see so many people driving them relatively hard, but also just letting us all enjoy them, really.
And that's what this event is all about, isn't it? It's just about enjoying them. There's cars here that speak to so many different people, isn't it? And I mean, a great event, and we're celebrating 50 years of historics on the Monterey coast. So, I mean, historic racing, is this something that you love? You're obviously still doing the bigger stuff as well, but you're going to see yourself doing more and more of this?
Yeah, definitely. Well, I've got a race car from the 50s, so I go now. But no, what I like about here is you've got cars like this. They all have to be in period. But then you have more modern stuff as well. So things from 20 years ago, 10 years ago. and you see the DPIs going around here, and then they finish their race, and we go out in a C-type. So yeah, it's kind of random. It's great for the fans to come and see so many cool cars, yeah, I've just been walking around. It's pretty relaxed here. You can go and see every car you want, touch it, not sit in it, but it's kind of cool. I'm also racing a couple of races after this in an Alpha with my good friend Maz Fawaz. It's an enduro race. So again, you meet so many cool people, and I've got a lot of friends here that I haven't seen for a long time. So it's it's an amazing spectacle.
And are you able to move around as a fan and enjoy it yourself, or are you getting doorstep for modern-day selfies, the autograph everywhere you go?
It's a little bit more relaxed than like Goodwood for me, because we're in the States. But still, there's a massive love for motorsport, so they still recognize people. It's just a little bit less. So.
Well, listen, Jensen, thanks ever so much for talking to us. I'll let you get ready for it, but go well. And there you go. I'm sure the fans are going to love it.
Cheers, man. Thanks.
There you go. Johnny, we'll go back to you. How about that?
Thank you so much. Yeah, great to have Jensen aboard, and of course also a ambassador for Rolex, I may add, and of course Rolex now 24 years as part of this event, so we thank them for their support as we do Haggerty. As you can see, the track is calling, and it is. We're calling the track, and it's a beautiful day here in August for the Monterey Reunion, an event, by the way, which lasts some 2 weeks or 10 days in full. But once you've done it all and gone home, it's about 2 weeks of your time. So there's a lot of people who have been here right from the get-go. I'm just looking out the commentary window now to see who's revving up and making some noise. But plenty of crowd down there enjoying the sunshine. And there's a good breeze out there too. So we've got some nice California sunshine and a little breeze to keep us cool as we get ready for our Group 9 coverage. And this is Parnelli Jones. And, well, I don't think anybody can... miss the fact that we have just lost Parnelli Jones, and it's therefore somewhat, it's more than appropriate that we honour him today. He died June 4th in California at his home. Not originally from California, but grew up as a kid from 7 years of age, and of course his history with this location, and to a certain extent what was on track now. If you ask Parnelli Jones, he'll tell you that his time in Trans Am was some of his most competitive, up against the likes of his good mate George Foreman and so many others. And we are blessed today to celebrate once again the Trans Am Trophy, 66 to 72. That was the heyday. I currently cover modern day Trans Am. I'll be at Watkins Glen next weekend with TA2 and TA, and so I feel very privileged to get to talk a little bit about the history of this event. And a lot of people talk to the 1970 first race here at Laguna Seca to kind of be the epitome of the height of the love and interest in Trans Am racing. The factories, race on Sunday, buy on Monday was absolutely the vogue in terms of these cars were all about. Production cars, sedans, based on the production cars, then stripped to within an inch of their life, and even dipped in acid, poor things, to make them go even lighter and faster. So they tried to try everything in the rules. And here is one classic that you're looking at now. Ken Epsman, who's been out in action already this weekend, but in that 1972 AMC Javelin. Javelin didn't quite have the success that the Fords and the Camaros had, but when it was in its heyday, Ken Epsman has been wheeling that historic car for quite some time now, and he loves his historic racing. And again, another full field with some quite big luminary names. You might have heard of John Hildebrand, yes, father of Scott Joy, son of Mike Joy. Mike Joy's out there as well. Mike Joy in the number 4. He came in earlier this weekend to give us some insight into some of the IMSA cars. But Mike Joy in the 1970 Camaro Z28. And who else should we mention? Nick DeVitis in his 1968 Ford Mustang, the number 28. Another one to watch out for. Just going out of the last corner, that's the 64 of Chad Renal in the 1969 Chevrolet Camaro Z28. And a full field of 30 cars here, just as it was in the day. Now, I read up on the 1970 race, and I think there was something like 70,000 fans here to watch these guys put these cars through their paces in the day, in period as we speak. And all the colours, all the paint schemes, and the specs are as they were. And we really have some priceless cars out here. Jeffrey O'Neill in a 1969 Ford Boss 302 Mustang. And it was a Ford factory-backed race car built by Carcraft. First raced in 1969 at Daytona and driven by Parnelli Jones. And then raced by George Fullman. So all fits in with what I've been saying earlier. It won at Bridgehampton in 1969, beating Mark Donoghue, Jerry Titus, and Peter Revson. And again, that was the beauty of this championship, which was stock, or near as stock production cars, but it also attracted some of the great names like Peter Revson. Obviously, there's the homegrown Parnelli Joneses, Mark Donoghues, and so on. And later down the road, Dorsey Schroeder right here as a race official this weekend. Had a great period. Wally Dollenbach, who again we lost recently. Wally Dollenbach Jr. is still racing in Trans Am occasionally, not always, but races in the Masters category. And it's been a happy hunting ground for the big families of racing in the States. Penske, of course, had his team. This is where he made his name in some ways before he became known as the Indy Impresario. Now the owner of both the Speedway at Indianapolis and, of course, the IndyCar Championship. Roger Penske kind of cut his teeth here, like so many more. Bud Moore came out of NASCAR and put together a team, and he too was devastating once they got going. So, yeah, they talk about the Pony Wars, but it was real, and it was a special time, this period from 67, 68 to 72. It carried on, and in fact, Trans Am remains the longest going road racing series in America. It started in 66, and it still keeps to its true sort of spirit in TA today, because production cars still race in that series as well as the tubular frame 850 horsepower beasts. Well, as it echoed through the hills here in Monterey in 1970, it's doing it again in 2024. And of course, many of these cars will have been at the first event in 74. But then they were current cars, of course, or just out of racing. But great to see them in action again today. Patrick Byrne leading the way in the Mustang Boss 302 from 1969. Joshua Fiber just behind him. Bill Ockerland, a regular racer in this championship, in third place in that 1970. Here he is. 1970 Ford Mustang. And again, driven to the 1970 championship. So that's the championship winning car of Parnelli Jones from 1970 in third place at the moment. Ken Epsman, the number 2 car I was talking about earlier, just behind him. Then Chad Renault in 5th place. Ken Adams in 6th. Hans Hugenholtz in 7th. Rick Jeffrey in 8th. Kevin Sittner, in 9th. And Jeffrey O'Neill, who I mentioned earlier, in 10th position. Well, back in the day, those woods would have been lined with fans, and so were the hilltops. Not so many RVs back then, but people would come from Los Angeles, from San Francisco and San Jose, and further afield to come and watch these guys race. So Bill Ockerland, it looks like, up to 2nd place. Ooh, a little sideways action there. Getting down these V8 power units. Muscle car racing at its finest, folks. And the 2 cars with the number 2. That's Ken Epsman and Patrick Byrne side by side for a moment going into Andretti. Epsman takes the inside line and takes the advantage for now. have a look on the internet, because there's the Trans Am Historic Series races at many events throughout the US throughout the year at historic racing, but this is very much its home, and so much was on the West Coast, and still now in modern day Trans Am, the West Coast Championship, without doubt one of the strongest breeding grounds for the national championship. And now with the Pro-Am series as well in Trans Am current day, there's more opportunity for youngsters to come through. And it's interesting, back in the heyday, of course, the likes of Vic Elford and Mark Donoghue and many others, Farnelli just one of many at the time, all came here, but they were no names. And current Trans Am is now breeding so many stars for the future of both IMSA and NASCAR. And we see a lot of factory drivers, junior factory drivers for Toyota or Chevrolet, get their opportunity to race in current Trans Am, and now they're starting to fill the truck scene and Xfinity and of course the Cup Series. And we've even got the likes of Justin Marks, who runs the Trackhouse team in NASCAR and has his own MotoGP team, but he is a regular player in Trans Am current day. So the crossover still remains, as it has done for many years. And Bill Auckland now taking the lead here in our Group 9 coverage. Just circulated, well, he's not as fast actually as Kem Epsman, who's moved up to 7. That's Peter Kloot in the number 63. First view of that properly. Peter Kloot in the 67. Notchback, just one of 2 notchbacks, I think, in the race. Actually, no, just 1 notchback. So, low notchback for that day, you see, number 63. Auckland with the lead, but only just. It's a pretty tight race, this one. Keep an eye on Mike Joy, see how he's getting on. He laughed and said he taught his son too well, because his son's beating him now and he's off into the distance, but that can only make Mike prouder. I asked him if he taught him to drive or let others do that. He said, no. I let proper instructors show him what to do. I said, oh, fair enough. We've got one Ford Falcon out there from 1964. That's Jim Beattie. That notchback that we saw a moment ago, Fred Sutherland purchased from Shelby American in August 1967. And it raced at Riverside. Grand Prix there in 67. Daytona to 2nd place. Raced at Brainerd in 69. And then was sold to Sam Miller in late 69. And raced in regional and nationals. And then sold to Norman Frame in early 1974. Go back to number 2. Patrick Byrne. And this car you were seeing now, Patrick Burns, that 69 Shelby. First ever factory Trans Am Boss 302 Mustang that was prepared by Carcraft, then Shelby Racing. God, this is really close. This is great. Joshua Fiber now coming into the scene in that all blue number 19. There's nothing between the top men here. Look at that. Top 10, really. Anybody could have it. We've also got a Shelby Group 2 Trans Am 1967 that raced at Tremblay. 4-hour Trans Am sedans. Remember, back then, they were long races too. So that was another factor. I would have thought it would be exhausting to race in a 4-hour Trans Am race, but they did. Riverside, 1967, that car took part. And also Las Vegas in the Stardust Trans Am race. And, each and every one of these cars with a storied history. Well, now that everybody's kind of got their feet under the table, so to speak, tyres up to temperature, perfect conditions, starting to put in faster slaps. Certainly 3 through, 10, all putting in their fastest laps of the race so far. And by my calculations, a 1:45.6 from Joshua Ferber in third place. Whoa, and high and wide and under the Rolex bridge, creating a throw-up of dust there, just coming out of 3. But he gets it back into place and back on the asphalt. He's kind of out of sync now. 3 wide coming into 5. That's the 45 of Ken Adams. And that car competed on the East Coast in SCCA Trans Am events as an independent entry with Richard Rentonlow and Paul Petty. Ken Adams at the wheel. That's a 1969 Ford Boss 302, that number 45. There you go. He's coming to shot now. Thank you, Lake. He knows what I'm talking about. He follows me. Yeah, good shout out to our cameraman, our drone, doing a great job this weekend, keeping up with what is 13 different categories of cars. So a lot of racing over a day. Not easy, so hats off to them. But they're giving us a fantastic insight into these cars and showing us what they do here at the newly paved Laguna Seca. Whoa! Ken getting nice and squiggly and squirrely out of the last corner here. Getting that power down. Heading over the crest and into Andretti. Interestingly enough, I'm looking down the list and I'm presuming that my good mate, Thomas Merrill, the 2022 Trans Am champion from Salinas, California, i.e. just across the way. His father works here at the circuit. Brother Jonathan here this weekend driving a tractor, but they are in the farming business, so that's okay. But Thomas still right at the top of his game in Trans Am. He'll be at Watkins Glen next week, but great to have him on board and experiencing what it's like to be in one of these historic Trans Am cars, but taking it steady, I may add. Currently in 14th position. I'd hope Chris Dyson might also be here, our current TA champion. His father, Rob Dyson, of course, is here. So it's truly a family affair, this motor racing scene. Up the Ray Hall straight they go. What a shot that is. Just squint your eyes, make it black and white, and you were there in 1970. No, you don't have to make it black and white. Now that Patrick Byrne car, which is a father and son, Bill and Patrick Byrne owned car, is a very rare Shelby Group 2 Mustang, and there's only 26 built by Carroll Shelby's race shop, then located across from the LAX airport in Los Angeles. The idea was to build a special car that could be purchased and immediately entered either into Trans Am or FIA Group 2 in Europe. It was estimated that only 9 of these cars remain, and only 3 or 4 are active in current vintage racing. So that's how rare some of these cars are. That's the number 15 out there in the blue and yellow as we continue to look at Ken Adams in that 69 Boss. And the other Patrick Byrne car currently in 4th position, the number 2. There's another Boss 302 from 69. And was the first prototype for the Boss 302 that Ford developed for the 1969 Trans Am series. The car preceded the Bud Moore and other famous Boss cars that would soon follow. So effectively the original before Bud Moore and several others made the Boss 302 so popular and so dominating. The car was custom built by Car Craft, which was then Ford Motor Raceworks, and further developed back in Michigan by Ford in their proving grounds. Now we've got back to the leader as it looks as though Ken Adams has hit the front. Or Bill Ockerland, has got into the front ahead of Adams. Somebody else has gone off into the dirt, but has got it back. Nobody else out there, but it's back to the leader. Bill Auckland, as he comes down through 10 and into 11. Adams posted the fastest lap of the race so far. Excuse me, Bill Auckland now just doing that as he crosses the line, a 1:44.8. So as they get him dialed in, we're getting some really good lap times. Peter Kloot, though, just did a 1:43.9. Josh Fibert, so they're all going up. They're all getting into the 1:43s now as they settle down. Reynolds in the 64, currently in third. Byrne drops to fourth. Fiber fifth now. Kloot sixth. Jeffrey O'Neill now up to seventh place. Epsman's dropped down to eighth. Sittner in ninth. And Rick Jeffrey, rounding out the top 10. Now, we've been mentioning Patrick Byrne. Well, he's a skilled GT and Prototype Championship driver who amassed 40 podium finishes in his career. He was a double SCCA regional champion and an Asian Le Mans Series champion. Reynolds now picking up the front. So it's all changed at the front. Everybody's having a chance to lead, and I think the traffic now they're catching up with is also playing a part in the change at the front, but we'll take it. We love it. Coming into Rainey now. Two more cars ahead of the faster cars. Now, how are they going to dispense with it? They're going wide and high, but now the others are catching up as they have to slow to kind of tiptoe past, and that's brought the field together again. They get past the number 7. Of Tony Hart. Look at this. It's a wonderful sound. And back to the lead now goes Chad Renault. Bill Auckland's not giving up too easily, and Ken Adams is right there waiting to pass, as is Byrne. So we've got an almighty battle all the way to 6th place here at the moment, under the Firestone Bridge and into the right-hander. Effectively, we split into two major groups now. The leaders you're watching now, and the chasing group. Side by side now into the left-hander, and Auckland back into the lead. In the Mustang. Ford Mustang, of course, effectively born out of competition against Chevrolet. They wanted a sports car that could rival what Corvette were doing. They wanted something that was affordable but sporty and would attract the buyers of regular cars and show them on the track, show them how they could perform, and give the dealers in each of the dealerships a chance to effectively say, yeah, you know, we won on Sunday in the hands of X, Y, and Z, and now you need to be driving this car because it's the car you need. White flag out then for our Group 9. Remember, honouring Parnelli Jones, one of the greats. Parnelli, his accomplishments in IndyCar, Trans Am, off-road racing. I hadn't realised just how much off-road racing he'd done, including racing Broncos across the desert. But he truly was one of the great pioneers and greats of racing here. And so, no question about it, we honour Parnelli. And sadly, we lost him earlier this year. But to say he had a good run is an understatement. Auckland back into the lead on this last lap. It's between the top 4 now. Anybody can take it. Adams in the run. Reynolds and Byrne. Patrick Byrne in the 2. The 45 is Ken Adams. He's just dropped off to 3rd now, having led. Auckland still there. I spoke to Bill Auckland earlier in the weekend. He has been a part of this event for many years as well. Coming up to the corkscrew for the final time. Here's a look at it in its full glory. And drop down you go. Lovely. Sweeping into the long left-hander that is named after Wayne Rainey, the three-time motorcycle GP champion. And then into 10 for the last time. Sorting themselves out. Side-by-side action. A challenge for the podium is there. Through goes the number 2. Epsman looking for a decent result, but it's going to be Bill Auckland as they head to the line. It's going to be a very close finish between these two, and it is so close, but Auckland takes it just by a smidge. Less than a second, 0.99 in fact. What a great performance, and what a great show to watch. Harping back to the classic days of 1970, 71, 72 here at Laguna Seca. If that doesn't give you historic racing, nothing will. And that is Bill Auckland, the winner, the Parnelli Jones Trans Am Trophy here for 1966 to 1972 cars in Trans Am. So as they take their slow down lap, we'll take a short break. And when we come back, we'll have more action with plenty more groups coming your way here from the reunion here in Monterey.
Is electric. There's a buzz, an energy, a vibe. It doesn't matter what they did last time out. It's all about this race. Inches from the ground, inches from each other. Full send every lap. Now you might not know what's gonna happen, but on any given race day, you'll want to find out.
The NTT IndyCar Series returns to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca on July 27, 2025.
What path do you take? Out here, it's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
So I've been working with Pilotti for quite some time now. Working with them, it feels like being part of such a dynamic team. I mean, directly compared to normal shoes, what you instantly feel is you have way better pedal feel. I feel extremely humbled because getting to drive a car like this is something so unique and so special to me, and it just sparks pure joy and energy. Like, in the morning you're tired, you didn't have coffee, you get in this car, like you turn on the ignition, it fires up, and you're like, boom, okay, that's it. I'm up for it, I'm pumped, let's bring it on. And it's just pure joy, excitement and energy to drive such a special car like the GT Tourer.
Welcome back to the reunion here at Laguna Seca, and it's been an absolutely fantastic weekend, and in fact a fantastic 8 days, 10 days for those locals that take part. And one of them, of course, is Ross Merrill. He is a local farmer here, but he and his wife have been part of the scene here, originally from Salinas, and Ross currently part of the organising committee, and a big part to be played by him. We just saw his son, Thomas Merrill, a Trans Am champion, in action. But we caught up with Ross about what's happening here and the future and past of this wonderful, wonderful circuit.
What a spot this is. We are at the, well, midway down the corkscrew. I was going to say the top of it, but the top of it is just over there. And I've got a man stood alongside me who knows it so well, because he grew up just the other side of that tree over there. President of the Friends of Laguna Seca, Ross Merrill. Ross, what a great story that is. Your family home is literally just the other side of that tree over there.
It's literally 4 miles from the apex of turn 11. And I've been coming up here since I was a little kid. And I was just fascinated with this place and what was going on here my entire life.
Yeah. And we have just seen one of the best spectacles that you could ever hope to see. Historic period Trans Am cars, a whole fleet of them coming down here. The noise is deafening, and the sight and the sound, it's like nothing on earth.
Yes, and I remember those cars when they were new, so that tells you how long I've been watching this stuff.
But this is an iconic spot. When people around the world talk about Laguna Seca, first thing that comes out of their mouth is the corkscrew. Oh boy, the corkscrew.
What an iconic corner.
Yeah.
There's nothing like it anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
And to see it is to believe it, and what more is to experience it.
Yeah.
But coming up here and being this close to the cars and seeing them change direction so quickly like that, going down 3-4 stories in elevation, it's incredible. There's nothing else like it.
Well, I was lucky enough, I think it was 2021, the guys at Ford got me hot laps in a Mustang Mach-E GT, and so I've done that. And when you come over the brow, whoever's driving it just has to trust in pointing at one of these trees, because they can't see the apex of the corner. Where are you going to go next?
Yes, exactly. I've been driving this track since the mid-'80s. In fact, my race was earlier this morning.
Right.
And when we come through here and hit that first apex, all you see is the tops of those trees over there. And then the track just kind of comes up as you go down. And it's exciting. It's really exciting.
And how did you get on this morning? Quick word about how you got on out on the track.
Well, we were right after the big grease sweep episode, so it was very slippery.
Yeah.
But it was a good race, good clean race, no yellow flags, so we all made it through just fine.
Well, good to hear. Safe racing, fun racing. It's what the fans have come here to see. But also as well, an exciting time yesterday. I was in the paddock area when we had the whole ceremony handing over the keys to Laguna Seca, to the Friends of Laguna Seca. Tell us about that.
Yes, we're extremely proud to be able to say we're finally, in control of this iconic raceway. It's been a long journey. There's been some bumps in the road, but we finally achieved what we set out to do, and that was we created our local nonprofit to answer the needs of this place, and it's taken us a little over 8 years, but we negotiated a long-term 55-year contract, so now we are in control. The community of Monterey County is the big winner here, because we're coming in as an all-volunteer board, providing the leadership and all the resources, not only to operate this place, but to maintain and improve it long-term. So day one, the community wins. And as we develop this and reinvent this park and reinvest in it, it just means more to our community. And that's our singular purpose. We don't have any other racetrack that we're working on. It's only Laguna, and that's our focus. And we couldn't be happier to finally be in the position to start making our dreams and our vision for this place a reality.
Yeah, because the effects of this are going to spread far and wide around the community. And what I'm learning is already very quickly, having met you, having met Laurie Eberhardt yesterday, and knowing that Bruce Canepa's involved, you guys getting together, the right people are at the head of this.
Yes, it's a very passionate group, and we come from different backgrounds, but we all share that same passion and vision for this place. And because we come from different backgrounds, that makes us stronger as a unit. And so together with the current operator, A&D Norigi, the team of volunteers, and all the employees here at WeatherTech Laguna Seca Raceway, we have nowhere to go but up. And we're very excited about it.
Yeah, I'm sure you are. And sometimes they do go up, because you're doing the hill climb up the corkscrew these days as well. And that's proving very popular, isn't it?
Yeah, that's pretty. And we even participated a little bit in my agriculture roots. We entered a tractor and we went back. My son Jonathan drove it up the hill, and it's down there in the display right now. But it was quite a sight to see a big tractor go backwards up this hill.
And what about this year as well, the event here, 1974 to 2024, we're celebrating 50 years of historic sports car racing in Monterey. You know, it's been since 2010 that Rolex, you know, have been sponsoring it, but what a great anniversary this is as well, 50 years of doing this.
50 years of an event that's popular worldwide. People come from all over to visit Monterey Peninsula for Car Week, and Laguna Seca plays a big role in that, and it really was at the beginning of all of the Car Week, that and the Conqueror. So our mission is to improve this place and bring the standard up to what you might find elsewhere on the peninsula, so it becomes even more integrated into Car Week.
Yeah, fantastic. When are you out racing again? You got another one this afternoon or tomorrow? You getting back behind the wheel?
No, I had my race for today. Okay. Tomorrow I'll be racing around 4 o'clock.
Right, 4 o'clock. Johnny, keep your eyes out for this man. President of the Friends of Laguna Seca, Ross Merrill. Thanks ever so much. 4 p.m. out on track. We'll have our eyes on you. Thanks for talking to us, Ross.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, Ross Merrill and his family have been part of the history of this event. I remember talking to Thomas about his early days of learning what his parents were up to at the weekend, coming here, doing club racing. His mum even raced, so he and his brother got the vibe and have been racing ever since. His brother raced a tractor, of all things, up the corkscrew. They have a hill climb here before the racing gets underway here at the reunion, and the hill climb is getting ever more popular. Max Chilton taking that rather exotic car, McMurtry, up the hill to a blaze of glory of something like 23 seconds. It feels like it's cheating a bit, doesn't it? We're going to turn our attention to our next group in a moment. And as is traditional in historic racing, each group gets 2 races or 2 chances to race on track, as well as obviously qualifying and practice time. And there are awards at the end of the day, but not for what you necessarily think. Best presented car and things like that. No prize money, no nothing like that. It's not as aggressive and competitive as a regular race, as it shouldn't be. It should be fun, and that's what it is. And in many ways, Steve Earle in 1974 created the whole idea of making an inclusive paddock, and hence you don't see too many people sitting on the hills except in the RVs. Most of the people that are here come off the grandstands and get amongst it, get around some of these 400 plus cars that are, well, frankly, unobtainium and absolutely glorious. It's like calm before the storm, because our next group is certainly going to light the place up. It's the Hurley Haywood Trophy. And like I said, again, honouring some of the greats. And without a doubt, Hurley Haywood, arguably one of America's greatest road racing endurance drivers. And so we will be looking at 81 to 91. That's IMSA, GTP, GTO, FIA, Group C, and Trans Am. But while we're waiting, why don't we talk to a good old friend of mine who I've been talking about, as you know, throughout the weekend, because I've seen him out there, just haven't had a chance to catch up with him. His name's James Alder, and he absolutely epitomizes what this is all about, which is historic racing, and he even goes to the nth degree of driving the car that he is going to race, as they did back in period, from home to the racetrack. Not always the wisest of ideas, I don't think, but certainly in the spirit of it all. James Alder, welcome once again to the booth. How was your weekend?
Oh, Jonathan, I'm having a great time.
The car's working.
Car is working. I'm not under it. I'm going to be able to drive it home.
I always take a look at you and think, how's the mood? You know, because if the car's going good, you're going good.
Yeah, well, even when the car's not going good, I still am having a good time.
Good.
I mean, it's just so hard not to. If my biggest problem is that my 52 Jaguar is broken, that's not really a serious problem in the scheme of things.
Who is this upstart who brought some C Jaguar here? An
F1 guy.
I mean, he must have heard about your racing and thought, I want a piece of the action.
That's
Where
right.
do I get one of these? He looked it up and thought, right, evidently he's tuned it up as well.
Well, that's a very, very racy car. It looks to me like it's a little lower than any other C-type I've seen. But it's beautifully prepared. I'd like to get a closer look at that. And that was a C-type that was owned by Juan Fangio.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
And I believe Bartlett of the Bartlett Jaguar Group bought it. I can't remember Bartlett's first name, but I think he had it at one point or another. And I don't know actually who owns it now. I don't think it's Jensen's car.
No,
but maybe
no,
it is.
Jensen. Yeah, Jensen actually owns it. He
right?
bought it. Yeah, he said it took it was a period of sort of 5 years of kind of sorting it all out.
Really?
He had it redone, or the engine, as he said, has got more power than it was in the period, which, as he admits, makes it harder to drive. But he wanted that, and when you actually see him wheeling it, it almost looks as though he's been watching Fangio's film, because his input, and you know this because you drive a similar car, those cars, big wheels. I mean, can you imagine Jensen with a wheel that's been the size of a thimble most of his life, driving one of these cars?
Yeah, well, I think that he probably finds that great fun. And those cars give a lot of feedback. You know what's going to happen. And Jensen has just got that dialed in. I mean, if you look at his times, he was right there with the D-type, with Wes McSouth and McAllister in the D-type. And I checked, and Jensen's car properly had four-wheel drum brakes. And he's got a disc brake hidden inside the drum. It looked like it was a drum brake to me.
Well, we've got another demonstration or another exhibition by Ford on track for an OEM exhibition. So the latest from Ford going about its paces. But it's great to have you. How was the trip over? So let's explain what I was talking about, because some people will go, what's he on about? So you come from Nevada. You've been taking part in this event for what? Well, it took you a while to get.
That's correct.
Take it in.
Yeah.
Well, but we laugh. But I've been talking to Barry and all the organisers. It's a tough game.
It is
to try to actually just be able to get an entry into this.
That's correct. And so my first event here at Laguna Seca was in March of 1982. That was a trip over the pass in a terrible snowstorm. The snow was so bad that after I got through in the 120, the pass was closed for 5 days. In fact, I had to leave the car in Sacramento. I couldn't actually bring the car back. And I got another ride back home to Reno and then picked up the 120 a few weeks later.
Wow.
When conditions were a little bit better. And so that was with a Steve Earle group, General Racing Limited. He had a driving school combined with the Jim Russell School of Motor Racing. And so that was my first experience on the track. Now, my first experience involved with the Monterey Historics, as it was called back then, was in 77 as a spectator. So I had purchased the 120 in 75. I've told you the story that I didn't really have the money. I went to my boss. I got him to come up with half the money with the idea that we would resell it for a profit. He agreed, but I still needed my half of the money, which I borrowed from his daughter. And so that's
how did that go down?
Yeah, well, that's still a sort of a work in progress.
Double dipping, isn't it?
Well, and then when I spectated the Monterey Historics in 1977, and I saw people, regular people, meaning like you and or I, not necessarily professional racing drivers, racing vintage sports cars, then that became the mission. And so I went to my boss, Bob Carnahan, and his daughter, Christy, worked out a deal to pay them off, got them paid off, and then started working to get the car together.
Nice to have generous friends, huh?
Well,
and bosses.
Yeah. I mean, but they were enthusiastic about it. A lot of people thought that I was crazy to want to race the car. But, that's the other thing is it's so wonderful about vintage racing is that people that have the desire to drive fast, the desire to be a race car driver, historic racing is such a wonderful way to do that.
So tell me what you've seen. How was this event back in the late 70s?
Well, it was obviously smaller, but they're very particular about the cars that were here.
So that's always been a vein, yeah? It's always going to run through it.
Yes, it always has. But also they particularly want driver behavior. They want drivers that can drive, fast and race, but be respectful to the other drivers. So that was always part of the theme of it. And as a result, they really wanted to get to know you. You couldn't just send off a check and get accepted. And so when I sent off my first check, which was in 82 for the Monterey Historics, I wasn't accepted. So, okay, that's all right. They've got to get to know me. I've got to, they want you to do some other small events, so they make sure that, you're not.
Watch how you drive.
Yeah, watch how you drive. And so the next year, I entered, and I was also then again not accepted. But trying to be kind of optimistic, I told myself, hey, this is okay, because that means I'll for sure get in the third year. They can't turn me away 3 years in a row. Then, of course, the third year I entered, and I did not get accepted and was just absolutely heartbroken.
Crestfallen, I'm sure.
Yeah. But that, again.
And I presume each and every time you've had to prep the car and be ready.
Yeah.
Or close to, anyway.
Yeah, close to. Of course, my car, being that I drive it on the street, I don't do a whole lot to it. I mean, in the old days, I would actually remove the exhaust system and put on a side pipe. Now I have kind of a cutout that allows me to hear it on the racetrack. And I also used to, in the early days, I would run on street tires. Then I was able to buy racing tires, and I would bring a second set of tires down, or I'd have a support person bring a second set of tires down. So I changed those wheels and tires, but now I'm just back on running on the street tires again.
I was about to say, what I find unique about your approach is that it really is the purest of pure, because that was how it was done back in the day. You took your car that you rode on the road, and then you adjusted it for whatever reason and whatever you needed to, or took things out of it that you needed to weight-wise. But what kind of problems do you mentioned the tires, but what else comes into that process of actually driving your race car to an event, which is how many miles?
Well, I think it's about 300 miles from Reno to Monterey. Yep. And I can usually make that in about 5 hours, depending on traffic. I think my record is about 4 hours and 25 minutes. In my particular case, the troubles that I can run into is relative to weather conditions. However, I've also hit 2 deer with the 120.
Oh, dear.
And I now wear those sonic devices on the chassis.
Yeah.
I have not hit any deer since I put those on.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
So they do work.
Well, they've been working for me, and believe me, I don't want to hit any more deer.
But no, that's everybody laughs when you hear that. You don't want to hit one of them either.
No, you don't.
Oh, there's my lunch. I knew I'd gone somewhere. Oh, man. He squirreled away, and now that's what I'm left with. Oh, never mind. Hopefully he'll save some for me. Is that a rabbit or a squirrel?
That's a squirrel. It looks
like a squirrel to me. Well, I've got something very different for you today. We like to challenge you, but we'll bring you in, and we can talk a little bit about some of the cars we've got here. This is the Hurley Haywood Trophy. I'd first like to get your take on, because if you can't tell me you don't know who Hurley Haywood is.
No, of course I do. And I believe Hurley also drove for Jaguar at one point with the GTP car. I think that was perhaps the XJR5. And I think there might be an XJR5 here. But I don't know for sure. I haven't gone over the list of these cars.
Well, that Mazda, that green and orange Mazda you saw there, I saw race at Le Mans, I think late 89. I'll check. But, I was there. My first Le Mans experience.
That's wonderful. I have never been to Le Mans.
Yeah, I also had the privilege of escorting Mr. Redman, Brian Redman, as Aston Martin went back to Le Mans, and planning to do the same again, but in the highest category. And they returned to Le Mans back in the 90s, and I was very privileged to be there. And I think Brian took an 11th place that day. He never won Le Mans, but he participated numerous times. I think 14, 15 times, drove with the likes of Bell, Siffert.
Right. I have not seen Derek Bell here.
No, I don't think I have.
Okay. But oftentimes he is here. Jackie Stewart is here. I had a friend that worked for Carl Haas in the Chicago area where I grew up. And one time I went up in a van to Elkhart Lake, and in the van was David Hobbs. David Hobbs might be here, but he's certainly right in there with Brian Redman and Hurley Haywood.
Yeah, and in fact, the program here is, if you're not at the event, the program is well worth getting a copy of. It's got a lovely cover with all those great names we're kind of rolling off here, including Jackie Stewart, Jenson Button's on the cover, Hurley Haywood, Brian Redman, Juan Manuel Fangio as well, Derek Bell, Tom Christensen, obviously Mario Andretti actually having a picture taken with Wayne Rainey, one of the corners named after him, of course. Bobby Rahal also on the cover. So, yeah, well worth a collector's item for sure.
But all of those people have been here.
Yeah.
In fact, actually, my very first event, which at the Monterey Historics, when I did get accepted, which was in 1985, the guest of honor was Juan Manuel Fangio. In 85.
Right.
And they had a big event poster with a big border around it, and they had all the drivers sign the border, and it was presented to Fangio, which I believe went up in his office in a Mercedes-Benz dealership in Buenos Aires.
Now, you'll either be aware or not aware, but there was a Jaguar XJ R8, the silk cut of 1987.
Right.
Famous car that many of the greats, including Martin Brundle, I think, drove that car as well. But Zach Brown, and he parked it, sadly, yesterday, had a problem of some sort.
Okay.
And had to...
And I think, you correct me if I'm wrong, I think that might be twin turbo V6, but it could be a 12-cylinder car. But I think that car, that silk cut Jaguar, was the car that won Le Mans.
Yeah, certainly did.
And I mean, you know, after dominating Le Mans in the 50s.
Actually, you know what? That particular car. Particular car was actually run by Jan Lammers. This particular car was run by Jan Lammers and John Watson in '97 in the World Endurance Championship. It took wins at Arama, Monza, and Fuji. So it didn't win Le Mans, that particular car. But yes, I know that the Jaguars did go well.
This is underway.
We're underway. And this is Group 4A we're looking at, this Hurley Hayward. And we've got some great cars in this. Beautiful sounds, too, as we look at the 77.
Well, that looks like the Mazda that you might have seen win. Is that the same car?
No, that's a slightly different one. It's the green and orange one that I saw. This is Tom Long in a 92 Mazda RX 792B. So just a little bit later. And down through, and that all-pink car is Kadori at the wheel, I think.
Okay, that's, I recognize that name. That's the son of the person that I've met.
Yeah, Philip Kadori.
Okay, and I think that's the Peninsula Hotel person.
Yep.
Yes.
And that's a Richard Lloyd car that did race at Le Mans back in 1990, the 962. No, the Mazda I was talking about is just coming out of 12 now.
Okay.
As we look at the 86. Try a little bit of information on each of them. This was a 1990 Daytona 24-hour car that qualified on pole and finished third.
Is that a 956? I'm not seeing.
It's a 962C.
962C. Okay, right. Boy, talk about 956, 962s, the iconic Porsches that just dominated for so long.
It raced here last year in the Historics and also was at Rennsport. Reunion and finished second in that. So another great event, the Porsche run here.
Were you here for that?
No, I didn't take part in it. So Long leading the way, Tom Long leading the way in the 77A ahead of Philip Kadori in second place, Alex Kirby in third, Cal Mika currently in fourth position. There's the 29. And that's the Spice GTP of Cal Mika that we just mentioned from 1987. I tell you what, we've got some very experienced drivers out there, but you'd have to be pretty fit to drive one of these, I think.
Well, I think you have to have some experience to be in one of these. I mean, this is real serious stuff, and if you get it wrong, you're going to pay a big price.
Yeah. Now, that's the high screen Mazda that I was talking about. That's why I remember it so well, is that it was such an iconic sound, or different sound, if you will. Everybody else had that low grumble, and the Mazda, the rotary, just like a sewing machine, but really at high pitch. And at Le Mans, down the Mulsanne, nothing like it. Nothing like it. Duncan McKellar in the 15A, currently in 5th position. That car of Duncan's a 1989 Porsche 962C.
So, Jonathan, I see that in the program, there's a Group 44 XJR5.
Yes.
Is that out there?
Do you know what? It's a good question. Tell me what number and I'll tell you.
Number 44. So
it is not.
Okay.
Currently, we've got a smaller group going. And here's that Mazda I was talking about. Sounds great, doesn't it?
Yes.
And it looks great too.
Yes.
Very distinctive. A little bit of history on that. That's the 1989 767B. And in 1988, they began with 3 brand new 767s. And after moderate success, the 3 cars were replaced by the 1989. So while it made a lot of noise, maybe it wasn't the most successful of cars, but I loved it.
Well,
but it was competitive. It was competitive right out of the box.
I mean, this 10-year stretch, 1981 to 1991, IMSA, GTP, GTO, FIA, Group C, Trans Am. That's, you've got to have a big mix in here.
It's a great mix. And there's so many different iterations. Jonathan Bormarato driving that car, incidentally, currently in 6th. And like I said earlier, it won at Fuji, 1,000 kilometers in 1988. And it also won the GTP class.
Before the historic racing scene really existed, these would have been obsolete race cars that wouldn't have had any
they'd be in a museum,
life. They'd be in a museum, or they, they could have been scrapped and salvaged.
Even worse,
right. But here they have a life, and they're doing what they're supposed to be doing, what they were designed to do.
There you go. How about that for a bit of front wing action? I like it.
Yeah.
That's the Jaguar XJR16.
Right.
Malcolm Ross in 1991. Just trying desperately to get past the Lola Corvette from 85. Number 4, driven by Scooter Gable. And he's got an inside move. All right, here we go. Drag race. Well, they were side by side coming out of 11, and they'll go over the crest, under the bridge, and down to Andretti.
Okay, here the Jaguar now is going to outbrake.
Yep.
but look at that inside line. That's going to be hard to hold, but he's holding it.
He's doing it well. Clearly that odd-shaped wing at the front with the Castrol logo on, doing the business. Not often you see a sort of inverted wing like that.
Yeah, it's not, but that front end held tight.
Yep, did very well. How is the surface? How is the track? How's the new? How do you like it?
I like it a lot. I mean, it's really great as far as I'm concerned. I have pretty good suspension in my car. I can kind of run down the rumble strip on the left side between 3 and 4, and make the track a little bigger than it was originally intended.
Well, if I see Jensen, I'll send him over for some tips.
Yeah. It was great. When I was on the starting grid, they had my 120, then they had Jensen, and then McAllister in the D-type. So I asked someone to get a photograph of the 3 of them, because that way you could see the evolution of those race cars,
Well, what a great bunch of folk, though. That's really fantastic. Long, Kadori, and Kirby, the top 3 in 4A. You're listening to James Alder, who has been competing here this weekend, as he often does, and always does, or does try to, if the car is working. His XK120 has been coming here many a year, and in many ways James epitomizes the kind of drivers that we like to attract, and that's why I love having him in the booth. I can talk to you all day, but I want to hear from the people who actually do this and have a passion to do it each and every year, and James has certainly been one of them. We met when I first did my historic entry here a few years ago, and it was great to have you on board, and always good to have a yarn and see who your mates are. Is Lars here this weekend?
Yes, Lars, he did very, very well in the black XK120. Was the fastest of the 3 120s. But of course, it's not just me that is enthusiastic about being here every year, but certainly every participant. If they're anything like me, they work hard, try to make money so they can do this.
Yeah.
And as we've said before, this kind of historic racing is, generally speaking, the most fun you can have with your clothes on.
And how many events do you do a year?
Well, about 5 to 8. That's about my max, if everything goes well.
Yeah, that's a big commitment.
That's a lot. And driving to and from, but the drive to and from is always kind of a nice adventure. And people really like to see a car on the road that they normally would not see at all.
No, exactly. We saw Tom Mueller there in the 87 Porsche 962, rolling on down. Here's the 77, who's continuing to have a good battle here. That's the Mazda RX 792P. I was just talking about the other 792. And he's got a nice little battle going on as well. Sadly, the Toyota, the number 99 from 1991, the AAR Toyota Eagle, a Mark III GTP that Fangio II, I think, drove back in the day. Charles Neerberg was due to drive that, but he had an issue, a mechanical.
I see. Well, this is not easy.
No.
To particularly these cars that are very, very technical.
And it's not like you bring a staff with you, is it?
Well, I mean, I certainly don't. Now, a lot of these cars certainly have support personnel, but hey, things go wrong, and they're not making brand new parts. At least the factories aren't. And unless there is a very big market like there is for an XK120, there are aftermarket companies that do make good quality parts. But for a GTP car, you're going to be fabricating stuff yourself. You better have a 3D printer and deep pockets.
Had it ever had any breakdowns on the way or on the way back?
Well, I certainly have, but I have not. It didn't have any breakdowns on the way here this time.
Good.
I was not able to leave Reno though until Wednesday morning at about 4:30 a.m. And I made it to Monterey at about 10:30 a.m.
Oh, perfect. We're watching Philip Kadori in second place in the number 69, that Porsche 962 from 1990.
Wow, that is a beautiful car, and Philip has really become as far as I can tell, a very, mature driver. And I don't think he's been driving for that long. But I've seen his name come up more often in historic racing, and he seems to be doing a great job.
Yeah.
Now, can he catch Long?
Well, that's the question, isn't it? Let's have a look. Yeah, it's only a couple of seconds. Long leading the way at the moment. They're swapping fastest laps out there. They're down in the 122s. And the leaders all pretty much in the same kind of time zone, as it were, when it comes to lap time. They've got 8 laps on the board. Should be seeing some white flags out fairly soon, I think.
Jonathan, have you ever had an opportunity to be a passenger in a car like this?
Yes, I have.
Really?
With Brian Redmond.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Can you imagine?
No. Now, in a 962?
No, it was a 917, but...
a 917?
A 917, yeah.
Oh. Man.
Well, it was the famous one, too. It was the one that was in the film Le Mans that Steve McQueen... In fact, Steve McQueen owned it for a while.
Oh, wow. And that was the Gulf Mirage colors?
Yep.
Oh, boy, that's...
And of all places, Brian had taken it back to Yorkshire, to Gargrave, where he lived and rode horses and did hunting and when his time was off. But he kept it in the garage. He bought it off Steve McQueen, and they kept it in a museum for a while. But he had it in the garage, and one morning he decided he was going to clear the gearbox, was his excuse.
Okay.
So he got up early one morning while everybody else, while the good people were going to church, Brian was going to his.
Okay, right.
Which is dragging his 917 and 917 up to the top of a hill in Yorkshire and then letting it freewheel until he could get it into gear and see if he could undo the gearbox, he said.
Huh.
Yeah.
What's the mission there?
The mission was just to have some fun, I think.
Okay. Okay.
But he said it, it was getting stuck in gear, so he thought if he could take it up to the top of the hill.
Oh, I see.
And let it freewheel down, he could be able to bump start it effectively and get it going, which he did.
And then perhaps free up the gearbox.
That's the idea.
And did that work?
I don't think anybody cared. Because by the time he lit it up, the whole village had woken up and the church had emptied, and it was very funny. Me and his son James sat there on a on a farm fence watching him go by. It was a wonderful moment, but I did get to drive around in him.
Well, that's an incredible car. I mean, the fact that Steve McQueen owned it,
I know.
It's, I jokingly tell people that I have a pair of Steve McQueen underwear that I have for sale. I'm actually wearing that.
Okay.
Yeah, so would you like to buy that?
No, I've got my own.
It was Steve McQueen's.
Yes, absolutely.
McQueen, of course, has also a connection with Jaguar.
Yes.
He bought an XKSS, which was basically a street-legal D-type that the factory made with the 16 tubs that they had left over when the rules were changed for endurance racing to a maximum of 3 liters. So they decided, well, we'll put a windscreen on it and a passenger door and a little bit better exhaust and a luggage rack on the back, and we'll sell it as a street car. And he bought one used when he was having success with the program Wanted Dead or Alive.
Right.
And there was only 16 XKSSs, so it was very, very rare. And he got tired of it, and he sold it to Bill Harrah of Harrah's Automobile Collection.
Wow.
For $5,000. And a few years later, he wanted to buy that car back, and Bill sold it back to him for $85,000. Now that car is in the Peterson Museum.
Yeah.
And about 10 years ago, it was very conservatively estimated value of $35 million.
Wow, incredible. Well, the Mazda we were watching did take part in Le Mans in '89 and did take a top 10 finish of 9th. So, yeah, it didn't have the success perhaps that they were hoping for, but the next iteration, the 787, had more success.
Well, this is the final lap, so if Kadori is going to... Looks like that lead is stretched out a little bit, though. So he might not be able to... looks like there's no way. Long is kind of alone. It's, it's lonely at the top.
That's what they say. So we've had a good display of great Mazda noise and sound, as the 77 and the 12 have been putting them through their paces.
What great fun for these guys to be able to live out their fantasies.
Yeah, Tom Long taking it home. And it's been a great weekend. But it's going to be the Mazda RX 792P from 1992 coming down the hill out of Rainey, down towards the final corner here for the final time. And this to celebrate Hurley Haywood, one of the greats of American racing and certainly one of the greatest in endurance racing. And the checkered flag is out. Carl Mika will finish 4th, just off the podium behind Kirby on the 86. Philip Kadori in the all-pink number 69 coming across in 2nd place now.
Looks like they were just coming up on some back bumpers.
In fact, Kirby just got him.
Oh, yeah.
Kirby just got him at the line. Look at that. Nicely done. So Kadori takes a 3rd place. Let's head down to Kev Harris down in the paddock.
Well, how about this then? I'm down in the lake bed area at Laguna Seca. I've caught up with a couple of other English chaps, which is great. But this part of the whole racetrack is brilliant because there's so much going on down here. So if you're watching somewhere and you're on site at the moment, come and say hello because there's still plenty to see. But Ian and Joe are from BAC here. Ian, you and your brother put this car brand together not that many years ago, but an incredible car. Tell us about it.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I grew up with car design, my brother automotive engineering, and it's something we'd always dreamt about doing. There was a car that didn't exist that we wanted to create, and so we had a design consultancy that was doing work for all the big OEMs, and in 2007 we said, let's do it for ourselves. So we launched in 2011, the first gen car, and the cars you see here behind us is Mono R. We launched that 2019, actually the concept at Goodwood.
Yeah.
And we started production right in the middle of COVID, which was a challenge. But we're here today and proud to be here with our dealer, RDS Group, over here in America, and all going well.
So BAC Mono, Joe, you've been in the US for 44 years. You've been around cars all of this time. Just talk to me about this car. Give me some of the facts and the figures, the numbers on it, because it's an incredible looking piece of machinery, and it is street legal, road legal as well.
Exactly. How long have you got? It's going to take us a while to go through all of this. I mean, yes, it is street legal. Most states they vary a little differently from one to one. Generally, it comes in, it's reassembled here, and it'll get registered in most cases a special constructed vehicle or the like. It is the ultimate in a combination of track and road car. Is the bet. You can actually drive it to the track, do your tracking, and then drive home again. The performance is second to none. It's like having a Formula car with fenders on it. We've got over 300 horsepower. 0 to 60 on the R is like 2.5. Top speed 170 miles an hour. The handling is just unbeatable.
And the thing about the speed and the horsepower as well, super lightweight. You tell me
555 kilograms, just for comparison. That's about a third of a Porsche 911. Yeah. So, and that's where we get our. If you add power, you make it quicker on the straight. You make it lighter, you make it faster everywhere. And that's what the philosophy of BAC is. We work like dogs to save weight everywhere we can.
For those that are older like me or not educated so recently, that's 1,250 pounds we're talking about, actually.
In weight.
Into perspective, yeah, exactly.
And what a fantastic event to show it off at here at the Rolex. Have you been to the Rolex before?
This is actually my first time, although as a company we've been here last year. My brother was here last year. I had some duties over at the ranch where we had some customers. So it's the first time for me personally. I think it's wonderful. Neil and I have already discussed we're going to do much more here next year. It's much more our product. The idea you could drive here, maybe do a demo run on the track. The people who are coming here, their enthusiasm for motorsport means they're our type of customers as well. So it ticks all the boxes for us, and what a wonderful place. Apart from the fact that it sunburns British blokes, which is why I look like I'm sailing a yacht at the moment.
No, very wise, very wise. But Joe, you actually know this track quite well as well, because your heritage is in motorsport, so you'd love to get one of these things out on the track, wouldn't you?
Absolutely. I was actually on the track yesterday doing a photo shoot, but unfortunately we were restricted to like second gear and 40-50 miles an hour. I've done this track multiple times in SCCA and for the runoffs and everything, so it was really tough holding the car back while we were doing that. Perfect track.
As somebody who's been around motorsport for as long as you have, and Laguna Seca, just a quick word about the Rolex and how the circuit has developed. I mean, we're celebrating 50 years of historics here this year at the Rolex, and you know, it looks better than ever, doesn't it, this track?
Oh, it's spectacular. Well, it's in the last few years it's been resurfaced, and of course it's most probably in excess of 10-12 years now, or longer actually, since they redid it, because when you came off the top straight here, that used to run straight round and straight up under the bridge, and now you got this in bit that you go through. So it's definitely developed. It's a interesting circuit, and I mean, of course, the historic corkscrew, I mean, it doesn't get any better than that, you know. So yeah.
It really doesn't. And Ian, if people want to find out more about BAC Mono, where should they go?
www.bacmono.com.
Yeah, reach out.
www.bac-us.com.
There we go. And do check them out as well, because there's some amazing things written about these cars on the website. Clarkson and Tiffany Dale giving you some great quotes. They've obviously loved them.
Yeah, they love the cars. I mean, from the moment people sit in the car and feel the seating position, they start smiling, and then it just goes from there. So, no, we've been very lucky with the press reaction and the public reaction.
Chaps, enjoy the rest of your time here at the Rolex, and thanks for talking to us.
You're welcome. Thank you. It was a pleasure.
So there we go. That's what's going on down here at the lake bed, amongst other things. Kids zone, karting, BAC monos, bring a trailer. It's all going on. And when we come back, it will continue right after this.
Thank you. Super cool.
What path do you take? Out here, it's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
feeling is electric. There's a buzz, an energy, a vibe. It doesn't matter what they did last time out. It's all about this race. Inches from the ground, inches from each other. Full send every lap. Now you might not know what's gonna happen, but on any given race day, you'll wanna find out.
The NTT IndyCar Series returns to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca on July 27, 2025.
So I've been working with Piloti for quite some time now. Working with them, it feels like being part of such a dynamic team. I mean, directly compared to normal shoes, what you instantly feel is you have way better pedal feel. I feel extremely humbled because getting to drive a car like this is something so unique and so special to me, and it just sparks pure joy and energy. Like, in the morning you're tired, you didn't have coffee, you get in this car, like you turn on the ignition, it fires up, and you're like, boom, okay, that's it. I'm up for it, I'm pumped, let's bring it on. And it's just pure joy, excitement and energy to drive such a special car like the GT Tour S.
My dream has always been to compete at the highest level. Not for the love of fame or what comes with it, but to continue my family's legacy. On a team that puts winning in the driver's seat. Introducing the Acura Integra Type S HRC prototype. Born to win, just like me.
Welcome back to Laguna Seca, where once again you can hear the roar of engines as we turn our attention to the FIA Manufacturer Championship from 1961 to 1975, and this year we're naming that the Pedro Rodriguez Trophy. And the Rodriguez name is, well, until the likes of Perez came along, the Rodriguez brothers were well known as the top motorsport stars. They started off in bikes, in fact. Pedro was a bit more successful than Ricardo, but he had a storied career in Formula One between 1963 and 71, winning the South African Grand Prix in 1967 and the Belgian Grand Prix in 1970. With his brother, Ricardo, they also took part in 61's Paris 1,000 kilometers, and so they were also, well, certainly Pedro was known for his sporting accolades in endurance racing and Le Mans, and well-known brothers who, of course, now the circuit in Mexico for Formula One named after them. I'm delighted to welcome once again Chris Ward from HSR into the booth, the president of HSR, and pretty eclectic group, pretty strong field again, but another wonderful group of cars to talk about, and certainly fitting perfectly into the history of the 50 years here.
What another extraordinary field we've got here. as we come to the end of what has been a spectacular weekend of racing. I'm sure you, well, 2 weeks. 2 weekends.
Have you been here the whole time?
I have indeed been here the whole time. Feels like more than 2 weeks
Yeah,
in some regard. But yeah, what an extraordinary field we've got on track right now. This should be a fantastic race coming up as they start their second pace lap, and then we'll see them come back down the hill from the corkscrew one more time before we get this race underway.
So let's talk a little bit about, I just mentioned a little bit of, I just touched on the history of Pedro, but there's far more to it than that. But there was something special about Pedro Rodriguez, his aggression, his ability, perhaps underrated against some of the men of his time.
I agree, but what a name from the past.
Yeah.
What a name from the past. And, I've had a huge privilege this past week of meeting many drivers of the period. And, actually HSR's own Dorsey Schrader, who's here this week. And we were out at dinner just the other evening, and I challenged Dorsey, and I said, what was the point when he was racing, when a driver came along that he thought, I'm now being challenged, because Dorsey was indomitable.
Oh yeah,
was, almost won everything he ever put his hand to, and it was. I'd like to ask Pedro Rodriguez the same question. What was the driver? Who was the driver?
Yeah.
That during his career a new driver came along and challenged him in the same way.
Yeah, and in that period, I mean, in the early 70s, late 60s, there were so many great drivers, and just hitting their stride. Chris Amon, Bruce McLaren, Sifford, so many of these great drivers. And then, like you say, you must wonder when you're part of that group, like, where do I fit in?
And so many of them have become household names even today.
Yeah. We're just looking at Gerard Lopez in the 69, Lola T70 in the number 27. We'll try to take you through as many as we can, but it's a good, strong group of cars of over 30. Whether everybody will be out here for the second running, you never know. Sometimes at the second running of the weekend, gremlins can't start to come into play, and also there's a lot going on, and so people have been here, like yourself, for the last couple of weeks. There's 27. But it's a long old haul, so some people start to pack up fairly early and start to get out of here. Did I see a Cortina?
But, as I was coming through the paddock to the booth, I was amazed at how many of the awnings are still up.
Right.
The grandstands are still full of fans, paddock still full of race fans, and I think we're going to witness something really special.
Well, I'll tell you what, that just caught my eye. A Ford Escort twin cam, Todd Willing in the number 63. So keep an eye out for that one.
Yeah, I wish him luck.
No, good luck, mate.
Against the Lolas and the Ferraris.
Yeah, no kidding. All right, here we go then. This is the Pedro Rodriguez Trophy, 61 to 1975 FIA Manufacturer Championship race. The green flag waves, and away we go. Down to Andretti. What a beautiful roar. Slotting straight into second place, Ethan Shippert in the 44. Ethan pedaling that 1969 Chevron.
Nice orderly start there from the rest of the field. Looks like they've all got through 2 and 3 without any to do.
But isn't that the race instruction, which is, hey guys, hold on until turn 3 or 4 and then let it go.
Indeed, once they get through 4 and start heading up the hill is when they can start getting really racy. You're right.
Any particular cars that stand out for you or that bring memories back for you?
Well, I mean, the Lola T70.
Yeah.
And, just thrilled. Not so long ago, the Lola name was purchased. Gentleman driver Till Bechtelsheimer has purchased the Lola name and is making great strides to bring that wonderful storied name back.
What's the plan?
You'd have to ask Till.
Yeah.
I can't betray any of those confidences.
Fair enough. But, I would love to see that happen. Really would.
He's bought all the patents and the trademarks and the facilities, and has great plans for the brand. And how super and fitting it is that a brand like that would be kept alive for generations to come.
Now, have I weakened you to the point where you might be the one that tells me what is on offer next year?
That's not for me to tell.
Yes, I know, but I have to ask the question. No, I think
we have to wait till 6:30.
All right, but there is a big buzz around.
There is a big buzz in the paddock. Exciting news to come at 6:30, but
and by the way, that's part of the tradition of the Rolex Reunion. Is each and every Saturday night, the trophies or the prizes are given out, and they're for various and sundry. It's not all about winning. In fact, it's nothing to do with winning. It's absolutely not. It's all sorts of group prizes and best presented car and all the rest of it. But also at that prize giving is when we announce, or when you guys announce, what will be on offer next year. And the bubble of excitement I've picked up on from all of the organisers who've been here. Ooh, somebody's going slow. There's that Ford Escort. Look at him go. Hanging in there.
Hanging on the back of that Porsche.
Yeah,
there.
he is. Doing good. I always laugh as an Englishman to think of an Escort as a race car.
But massively successful
hugely.
in many fields of competition. Those and
including rally.
The Capris of the day as well.
Yep. Look at that. Have a bit of that. I'll show you what I got.
What a fantastic what a fantastic move.
Wasn't it?
The driver of the 63 there.
Yeah, lovely. Certainly knows what he's doing.
Todd Willing.
Yeah,
what a great job, Todd.
Yeah, Todd's been out there all weekend, so he's pretty much dialed in right now for sure.
And already pulling away.
Yep.
Fantastic.
I love to see that. You wouldn't have anticipated that, would you? Yeah, he's captain. Let's see how far he can get away in a straight line. Just behind them is Alex McAllister in the Chevron B19, so I don't think it'll take Alex long to catch up. There's the GT40. 1965, that's Rob Kaufman at the wheel. And I have to say, I still get a little misty-eyed when I see the GT40. Such an iconic shape and size.
And so many on the peninsula this weekend.
Yeah, I bet you've seen a few that aren't here racing but are on display. I don't think any are up for auction, I don't think. But, I don't know if you keep your thumb on what's going on at the Quail and at the auctions and all the rest of it, but was the big hammer moments?
Heard some big numbers for some of the auctions, the tens of millions of dollars that are being spent on the peninsula this weekend. Huge crowds at all the events across the peninsula, as was demonstrated here all weekend. I mean, the paddock has been a buzz, and as you intimated, if the idle chatter is true, it'll only be redoubled for next year.
Yeah, no kidding.
What I think might be coming. So,
incidentally, that Escort we were watching raced here in under 2 litre for Trans Am back in the day, and was raced by Tanner and Rob Schatz at various under 2 litre and over challenge races as well. So.
How terrific that it actually has a history on this track. That's wonderful.
Definitely does. It's also raced at Lime Rock, Watkins Glen, and in Canada. And it's now been restored for vintage racing by Ross Bremer. Here's another beautiful car, the number 17 coming into your shot now. A little further down the field. That's Gunnar Jeanette at the wheel of that one, and we know how well he can pedal away.
He's had a really strong week this week.
Yeah.
We've seen him at the top of the leaderboards in many of the feature races.
Well, I don't think there's many historic events I've been to where he isn't on the entry list somewhere. He's just a great safe pair of hands, the sort of guy you'd happily hand over the keys and say, show me what this thing can do. And not worry too much.
And a busy period for him next week. He'll be hot shooting off to Virginia International Raceway next week for the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Round, of course.
Incidentally, that car that Gunner's driving won the Nürburgring 1,000 kilometres back in 1967.
we often talk about the cars on track being the stars.
Yes.
And of course, that's what the fans come here to
And that's
see.
what Steve Earle wanted.
Absolutely. But, just today, not only seeing all these wonderful cars on track, but able to also see drivers of the period. May come as a surprise to you, but, just on my way to the booth here, bumped into Jochen Maas, the legend.
Oh, yeah.
The legend. And, in the same weekend, Jochen Maas, and I think we had even Ricky Taylor on track.
Came up here in the booth, yeah.
The whole period of his sports car racing history, legends of our sport, legends of Formula One. If people are tuning into this, which of course they are, from overseas, be sure to mark your calendars for
I agree.
The Rolex Monterey Reunion.
Well, you won't be just coming for a race. You're going to be coming to one of the most beautiful coasts in the world, one of the most popular destinations, obviously Pebble Beach Golf Course, well known around the world as well. It'll be a trip you'll remember forever, especially if you're coming from overseas. I was stunned when I first came here. Through goes to 68. That's Alan Benjamin, currently in 14th position. And just behind him, the 771 of Cameron Healy. Alan Benjamin in that 911 TR from 68. Yeah, I mean, if you said, oh, yeah, I went to a soccer match and I bumped into Messi and Pele was out on the field and, it was real fun. And then I bumped into Harry Kane and, because really you're talking at that caliber.
Absolutely.
In soccer terms, what you're seeing here, whether it be past or present, that's the heroes of this current sport. And like you say, having Jenson Button, Ricky Taylor, who else?
Oh, the list is almost as long as the entry list.
Well, it's been bizarre, people walking in. Scott Pruitt just plonked himself in the seat for the commentary just as his race started, the race in his honor. And he smiled and went, oh, this is my round. I was like, yeah, come and talk about it. And the irony was he was looking at the field saying, I haven't raced many of these cars. In fact, the cars I've raced are in many of the other groups, but I'm absolutely delighted to have a group. There's the number 14. That's the Lola T70 Mark III. Nick Colonna at the wheel from 1968. And Nick, another long-time member of the historic community.
And another Lola, currently our leader, the 115. With
Mount Meeker's made it to the front, right?
Yeah.
No surprise, I suppose.
And pulled out quite a healthy gap right now.
We've got a nice little battle here. Bill Cord now all over the back of Shippard. And Shippard in second place. They've got that Shippard down at 44. Okay, that's correct. Yeah,
that's right. In P2 there.
Yeah.
That's right.
Wow, the Lucky Strike. Another famous livery. Back in the day, you don't see that very often. Out of Rainey. John Jeanette slowly making his way through the field in that Nürburgring winner.
The impossible question. Have you been able to identify a favourite car for you of the week? I know it's an impossible ask.
No, it's funny. I just had a wonderful moment when I saw that Bentley, the 1924 Bentley in the exhibition class, because I was it's a silly story, but I grew up as a 4-year-old, 5-year-old, and we had these placemats, and they were all racing cars of the past, but classic kind of pre-World War II cars. And the one that took my eye was that 1924 Bentley, and I had it. That was if I didn't have that plate, you got a tantrum on your hand if somebody else stole it. I didn't want a Mini, I didn't want a Ferrari, I wanted the Bentley with the British flag on it. Just looked so British and so right. And so, to see it in its all glory here and see it just going on the track. I mean, a lot of the cars are here to be exhibited. That is out there, turning the wheels. I love it.
And I thought so fitting, Ellen, that did such a wonderful job of curating the heritage display here this year, having it placed opposite the Garage 56 Camaro.
Yeah, I know.
Le Mans car from last year that's become an instant fan favorite.
Oh, yeah. And driven by Jensen Button, of course.
Of course, absolutely.
Well, that Lola T703B that you just saw, the 81, we had a quick moment with it. That was the World Sports Car Championship of 69 and 70 that raced in. And has raced for 18 years, I may add. Going back to the 4 now. That's Joey Bagelade in the Lola. And currently in what? 5th place at the moment. Pretty car.
Again, another instantly recognizable livery.
Yeah. It makes a difference when people take care in how they design the livery, regardless of the sponsor. It's how you do it.
Looks like we're pushing 2 to go here.
Yep. And he just passes the factory Porsche race car.
In fact, the leader just being offered up the white flag there.
There you go. So Cal Mika taking the white flag ahead of Shippert and Cord. And as you can see, everybody jostling for position in the closing stages. As we take a look one more time at the 33 of Ross Merrill. Spoke to him earlier. And he's got to be pretty proud, and as you are, I'm sure, but all of you involved in the organisation, Ross, an integral part, obviously, as the president, but of Friends of Laguna. But pretty special weekend for everybody as we kind of look from the past to the future, right?
I mean, 50 years of the reunion, and how wonderful that we now have a 55-year concession agreement signed with Monterey County to secure not only this wonderful park and the raceway, but also what we all then hope, of course, will be the next 55 years of this event.
I think the best expression I heard was, we've wrested it from the schizophrenia that we had. And I thought that was politically correct, or at least a nice way to put it, because it has been an up and down history, and always on the edge of maybe are we going to keep going, because there's always, whether it be money, whether it be economics, whether it be, politics, whatever. You never know with a racetrack, especially when it's so close, obviously, to a beautiful part of the world and people where they live.
But I think as we, we all pack up. Stop myself. There's a checkered flag.
Yeah, checkered flag's out. Cal Mika's taken it. And Cal Mika, without a doubt, one of the greats of historic racing here in the USA. And another victory to his favour in the 115, ahead of Ethan Shippert and Bill Cord. What were you going to say?
Yeah, as we pack up this evening, we can all be confident that this event is in great hands.
Yeah.
I hear tremendous improvements are planned for the raceway here to make the fan experience that much better, if that's possible. But what a terrific week of racing it's been, just extraordinary.
Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic, and you've been blessed with the weather as well, and which you can always kind of count on in August, mist or no mist. But just to repeat, Cal Mika with the win in the Lola, and Ethan Shippert in second place in the Chevron, and third goes to Bill Cord, in the Chevron B19 as well. Well, my thanks, Chris, for helping us through this latest group. Let's head once again down to the paddock to see what Kev Harris has found this time.
Well, when you come to the Monterey Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion, you meet all sorts of people, and it's the stories that you get. And I tell you what, Just chatting to Gabe Tesh here, you won't hear a more inspirational story, and it's just changed your life, hasn't it, Gabe? I'll let you tell it. Just take us back to what happened to you 10 years ago. Because you've got a big smile on your face right now, but that wasn't the case, was it?
No, yeah, when I was 11 years old, I got diagnosed with brain cancer. And my whole life, I love motorsports. I always wanted to be a pro race car driver, but that put a stop to it, of course. And the doctors told me that I might not be able to ever drive cars or maybe not live at all. And so it was a really tough time for me. But once I finished all my treatment, I realized how short life is and how fragile it is. And I was like, I'm going to go after this and become a professional race car driver.
And in short, that is what's happened. And, it's a credit to you. You're 10 years on from this now. You're 21 years old. But what you also said as well, that you realize life's too short. You just got to say yes to everything. You got to go for it.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I think going through cancer made me a better driver because, like I said, the highs in racing are super high, but the lows are super low. And sometimes you want to give up because some days in racing, like you blow up an engine and that sucks. You get those voices in your head that tells you want to stop. But with the things I've been through, it just keeps me pushing, moving forward. I'm going after it.
Going after you are. You're a credit, sir. It's humbling to hear your story and have a chat to you. And this is what you're doing right now, Mustang Challenge Cup. And you're going quite well.
Yeah, no, it's been a really good season. I'm racing for MDK Motorsport. They've been an awesome team and really backing me up this year. And, we've had really good results. We've been in that top 5 mix, so, super happy with that.
Yeah, really good. And then this is your first time racing at the Rolex or coming with the car to the Rolex, but it hasn't quite played out for you this weekend, has it?
No, so the first time as a driver, but first day engine blew up, so it kind of sucks, but gives us more time to check out these beautiful cars.
Yeah, you would have been in the Formula Ford single-seater behind you. This must be a lot of fun to drive as well, quite different to your Mustang.
Oh, way different. They're super fun, way lighter. The Mustang's like 4,000 pounds, and this is like 1,200 pounds, so huge difference.
Look at this, we are in the pits. There are cars going out everywhere. It's incredibly loud and noisy. But who have you enjoyed chatting to, or what cars have you enjoyed seeing over the last 2 or 3 days here?
I got to meet Derek Bell, which is a super cool guy. Talked to him for a minute, and then I just love the old F1 cars. I saw Nicky Lauda's 75 F1 car, and that thing's beautiful. So, super cool.
Fantastic. And also, when you're not racing cars now, you've taken your own experience to kind of go out and do some speaking and help non-profit organizations just spread the word that, life is too short and you just got to go for it.
Yeah, exactly. I work for National Pediatric Cancer Foundation, Wish and Star, and also started my own nonprofit, just trying to give inspiration to kids that are battling cancer right now and give back and hopefully inspire them to go chase their dreams.
Mate, I'm sure you're doing that in spades. If people want to get in touch with you or check you out, where would they find you?
Yeah, you can find me on Instagram, GabeTesh48C, or Facebook, Do Something Extraordinary.
There you go, Do Something Extraordinary. How about that, Johnny? One of the most inspirational stories that you'll find down here in the paddock, and just a thoroughly nice chap to have a chat to. We're going to take a short break, but when we come back, we're going to continue the action from the Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion. Thanks, Gabe.
Yeah, thank you.
So I've been working with Pilotti for quite some time now. Working with them, it feels like being part of such a dynamic team. I mean, directly compared to normal shoes, what you instantly feel is you have way better pedal feel. I feel extremely humbled because getting to drive a car like this is something so unique and so special to me, and it just sparks pure joy and energy. Like, in the morning you're tired, you didn't have coffee, you get in this car, like you turn on the ignition, it fires up, and you're like, boom, okay, that's it. I'm up for it, I'm pumped, let's bring it on. And it's just pure joy, excitement and energy to drive such a special car like the GT Tourer.
What path do you take? Out here, it's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
The feeling is electric. There's a buzz, an energy, a vibe. It doesn't matter what they did last time out. It's all about this race. Inches from the ground, inches from each other. Full send every lap. Now you might not know what's gonna happen, but on any given race day, you'll want to find out.
The NTT IndyCar Series returns to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca on July 27, 2025.
Welcome back to the Rolex Reunion 2024. And while we look back 50 years, it's an exciting weekend, and you've heard us talk to various people now, including my last guest, Chris Ward, about the future of Laguna Seca, and it was never 100% certain, shall I put it that way, and it has been since 1957, you know, an up and down road for Laguna to keep the gates open, to keep racing coming here, to keep everything going. But now there is big news this weekend and last weekend. And Ross Merrill was the man we spoke to, the president of the Friends of Laguna Seca, about just exactly what that news was. He's with Kev.
What a spot this is. We are at the, well, midway down the corkscrew. I was going to say at the top of it, but the top of it is just over there. And I've got a man stood alongside me who knows it so well, because he grew up just the other side of that tree over there. President of the Friends of Laguna Seca, Ross Merrill. Ross, what a great story that is. Your family home is literally just the other side of that tree over there.
It's literally 4 miles from the apex of turn 11. And I've been coming up here since I was a little kid. And I was just fascinated with this place and what was going on here my entire life.
Yeah. And we have just seen one of the best spectacles that you could ever hope to see. Historic period Trans Am cars, a whole fleet of them coming down here. The noise is deafening, and the sight and the sound, it's like nothing on earth.
Yes, and I remember those cars when they were new, so that tells you how long I've been watching this stuff.
But this is an iconic spot where people around the world talk about Laguna Seca. First thing that comes out of their mouth is the corkscrew. Oh boy, the corkscrew.
What an iconic corner.
Yeah.
There's nothing like it anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
And to see it is to believe it, and what more is to experience it.
Yeah.
But coming up here and being this close to the cars and seeing them change direction so quickly like that, going down 3-4 stories in elevation, it's incredible. There's nothing else like it.
Well, I was lucky enough, I think it was 2021, the guys at Ford got me hot laps in a Mustang Mach-E GT, and so I've done that. And when you come over the brow, whoever's driving it just has to trust in pointing at one of these trees, because they can't see the apex of the corner. Where you're going to go next?
Yes, exactly. I've been driving this track since the mid-'80s. In fact, my race was earlier this morning.
Right.
And when we come through here and hit that first apex, all you see is the tops of those trees over there. And then the track just kind of comes up as you go down. And it's exciting. It's really exciting.
And how did you get on this morning? Quick word about how you got on out on the track.
Well, we were right after the big grease sweep episode, so it was very slippery.
Yeah.
But it was a good race, good clean race, no yellow flags, so we all made it through just fine.
Well, good to hear. Safe racing, fun racing. It's what the fans have come here to see. But also as well, an exciting time yesterday. I was in the paddock area when we had the whole ceremony handing over the keys to Laguna Seca, to the Friends of Laguna Seca. Tell us about that.
Yes, we're extremely proud to be able to say we're finally, in control of this iconic raceway. It's been a long journey. There's been some bumps in the road, but we finally achieved what we set out to do, and that was we created our local nonprofit to answer the needs of this place, and it's taken us a little over 8 years, but we negotiated a long-term 55-year contract. So now we are in control. the community of Monterey County is the big winner here, because we're coming in as an all-volunteer board, providing the leadership and all the resources, not only to operate this place, but to maintain and improve it long term. So day one, the community wins. And as we develop this and reinvent this park and reinvest in it, it just means more to our community. And that's our singular purpose. We don't have any other racetrack that we're working on. It's only Laguna, and that's our focus. And we couldn't be happier to finally be in the position to start making our dreams and our vision for this place a reality.
Yeah, because the effects of this are going to spread far and wide around the community. And what I'm learning is already very quickly, having met you, having met Laurie Eberhardt yesterday, and knowing that Bruce Canepa's involved, you guys getting together, the right people are at the head of this.
Yes, it's a very passionate group, and we come from different backgrounds, but we all share that same passion and vision for this place. And because we come from different backgrounds, that makes us stronger as a unit. And so together with the current operator, A&D Norigi, the team of volunteers, and all the employees here at WeatherTech Laguna Seca Raceway, we have nowhere to go but up. And we're very excited about it.
Yeah, I'm sure you are. And sometimes they do go up, because you're doing the hill climb up the corkscrew these days as well. And that's proving very popular, isn't it?
Yeah, that's pretty. And we even participated a little bit of my agriculture roots. We entered a tractor and we went back. My son Jonathan drove it up the hill, and it's down there in the display right now. But it was quite a sight to see a big tractor go backwards up this hill.
And what about this year as well, the event here, 1974 to 2024, we're celebrating 50 years of historic sports car racing in Monterey. It's been since 2010 that Rolex, have been sponsoring it. But what a great anniversary this is as well, 50 years of doing this.
50 years of an event that's popular worldwide. People come from all over to visit Monterey Peninsula for Car Week, and Laguna Seca plays a big role in that, and it really was at the beginning of all of the Car Week, that and the Conqueror. So our mission is to improve this place and bring the standard up to what you might find elsewhere on the peninsula, so it becomes even more integrated into Car Week.
Yeah, fantastic. When are you out racing again? You got another one this afternoon or tomorrow? You getting back behind the wheel?
No, I had my race for today. Okay. Tomorrow I'll be racing around 4 o'clock.
Right, 4 o'clock. Johnny, keep your eyes out for this man, president of the Friends of Laguna Seca, Ross Merrill. Thanks ever so much. 4 p.m. out on track. We'll have our eyes on you. Thanks for talking to us, Ross.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Ross Merrill there, the president of the Friends of Laguna Seca. What a wonderful story to bring into the 50th. That seems somewhat appropriate timing-wise, and they timed it brilliantly. It might have taken them 8 years, but when you look at the board underneath Ross, it's pretty darned impressive. I have the privilege of working with his son in Trans Am currently, our 2022 Trans Am national champion, Thomas Merrill. Well, we've got 2 more big feature races coming your way. Coming up next is the Jim Hall USRRC Cup race. That's our Group 12 of 13. And that'll be followed by the Dan Gurney Trophy of Saloon Cars to finish us off, as it did yesterday. And always a great spectacle indeed. And we've got, again, another full field of 25 cars in this one. And this features sports racing cars from 1963 to 1968. Now, it's a short period, but there was a lot going on, I can assure you. And as the cars roar into action past my position under the pace car, let's just, again, remind ourselves, Texan Jim Hall, actually a pretty handy driver in his own time in USRRC, with back-to-back titles in 64 and 65, and also a win at the 12 Hours of Sebring. But it was as a race car constructor that he will be remembered mostly, constructing cars for both USRRC, Can-Am, Trans Am, Formula 5000 and World Sports Car. And there's no question that Jim Hall was a leader in innovation and design, aerodynamics and ground effects, all through his Chaparral car mark. So when they say Chaparral, you'll know it's Jim Hall. And we had his son, Jim Hall Jr. here yesterday, talking about growing up with the mighty man. And always love to hear Stories like that, if you can't hear it from the man himself. And we get ready for this full packed field of cars from the 60s. And quite an eclectic group it is too. And some great drivers as well. So we've got Lotus. It's basically Europe versus the specials, or the American cars that took them on and tried to defeat them. Of course, the smaller displacement, smaller cars, smaller chassis, lighter frames, and bodywork really made a name for themselves, especially at places like Laguna with no big straights. Same here at Sears Points or Sonoma, Riverside, Bridgehampton, places like that. They were great circuits. Road America, not so much, for the smaller displacement cars, but he's held their own in their day. We've got a McLaren M1B out there from 1966. Greg Hoff at the wheel of that. We've got a Huffaker Genie. Just mentioned Sonoma, Huffaker based there. That's a 1961 John Fudge driving that. Travis Engen is out there. Quite different car than his usual Audi R8. He's in a Lotus 23B. And then Richard Griot in that McLaren M6A, the papaya-coloured classic McLaren colours, right at the front, leading the way. AC de Agustin in the Huffaker Genie Mark 10B from 65. Now, most of these cars, 63 to 67. But there is room for 68s. Just don't seem to be any at the moment. So just on their pace laps now, as we look for the first time at the 16. That's Jim Storer in another Lotus 23B. There's a lot of low tie out there. We've also got a Bobsy, an SR3 from 1963. Randy Hill driving that. And a few Elvas, Mark 7s out there. And this is our penultimate race for this weekend's festivities. And as you've heard from some of our guests, it's been a 10-day adventure on the California coast. One that we hope will continue long into the future. And it seems, listening to everybody so far, that 55-year deal for Friends of Laguna has pretty much put it in their hands to make it happen. And it's a huge responsibility, but one they are more than willing to take, because now they can shape this place, this piece of land, as they see fit, in order to keep it in its historic greatness. Alan Friedman in a Genie from 1964, a Mark 10. Still my favorite shot from the drone. I was told when I first arrived at Laguna Seca, at the time I was doing bike racing, I was told that obviously the Army had a base here back in the day before it became a racetrack, and they had effectively a shooting range over the back of the Corkscrew. And so they always used to joke, so don't get it wrong at the Corkscrew, there's an old shooting range down there. You don't want to be going over any live bullets or anything. I think it was more of a deterrent than anything else, but it's true, there was actually a shooting range over there. So there you go. So Richard Griot leading the field in the M6A, and we'll see who's got the grunt. That's Greg Hoff in a similar McLaren M1B from the year before, 1966, alongside him in Baby Blue. And it looks as though we're going to do another lap again. So we've now gone to a standard of 2 laps of pace. And as you can imagine, all these cars want to go just a little bit faster to get up to the optimal time for the race, but we'll kind of increase it bit by bit, I'm sure. But everybody getting in line astern now, trying to get 2 by 2, and so we get a decent shape. That's another fine art to rolling start racing, is that you really want to pack everybody together, make sure that we're all in a position where the first car doesn't just take off while you're still trying to steady yourself and get into position, because that really does create an unfair advantage. So you want to pack the field up, get everybody nice and tight, and everybody hopefully... It's hard here at Laguna, given the last corner, because just as the leaders are coming to the start-finish, the back of the field, especially in a field this big, is just coming into turn 11. So, you know, it's a very hard one to do. And there's races I've seen from standing starts here where they're almost on an angle at the start, as they are reduced to almost having to take a corner before the start of the race. They try to avoid that, of course, but we never have that many big races, that many folk on. We've got, as well as the two McLarens front, we've got a McLaren M1C from '67. And that's one of 25 McLaren M1Cs built by the factory in 1967. And the one you're looking at today is chassis number 14/12, delivered to David Hurley in Salinas, California. David raced it in the 60s and early 70s in Can-Am, both in the USA and Canada. And it was purchased in 2010 by Roger Willis at the Coys auction. Richard Griot in that number 4, the man you're looking at right now. That's a 1967 Can-Am Championship car that Bruce McLaren started with. McLaren, effectively one of the early cars of his forage into constructordom. It's kind of poetic that we have the CEO currently of McLaren here racing this weekend. And it was a car that in 1968 Mark Donohue drove in the US RRC Championship. Same behind, car number 12 in the light blue, Greg Hoff, raced in the 66 Can-Am Championship. Skip Scott and Drummond Racing Organization raced it there. And here we go. And away goes the McLaren in the Papaya number 4 into the lead for our Jim Hall US RRC Cup Rolex race. Now, race instruction is just keep it steady through 2 and 3, and then you're more than willing to go racing. We'll try to hold position for now. 21. Off-gear Ramlet. And that Lotus 23B, designed by Colin Chapman, of course. Normally a 2-seater, but purpose-built for FIA Group 4 racing between 1962 and 1963. Whoa, turn in there, but we saw him. It's Mark Brannan there. 65 Lotus 23B. Nipping a place up the inside. So we should have some good competitive racing in this one for sure. And as you can see, it's pretty tight. 3 wide up the hill. And already making some good ground. Richard Griot in that number 4, side by side, 2 by 2, coming down the corkscrew, just as we love it. And the drone has certainly given the rainy curve a lot more of a look, because when you are low to the ground, or the cameras are low to the ground, you really never really see the elevation change. Ramlet drops to 4th, and everybody now chasing hard in the second running of this Group 12. Nice little battle here. The 91 coming through and into shot. That's Matthew Polk, currently in 7th place, chasing down one of the greats, Paddings Dowling, in the number 39 in 6th place. Panic's in the middle of that sandwich. Brannon ahead, Polk behind. Well, we talk about having people that kind of know a little bit about racing. I'm delighted. I should stand up for this. We've scared him already. The mighty Jochen Mass has arrived in the booth, and I'm delighted to welcome you, sir. What a legend. And we've been talking about some of the people that kind of, just roll into town.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
How are you? What are you up to? How long have you been here this weekend? And thank you for spending the time with us.
Actually, I arrived here on Wednesday evening in San Francisco, and then came down here, obviously. So far, it's been pretty tranquil, It's not that I was overstretched, by all means.
No.
No, it's super nice. I must say, it's a fantastic atmosphere.
Yeah.
It's really tremendous. People are nice. They're pretty relaxed. Driving is good. The standard, to me, is exceptionally good. And, with a few mishaps, of course, and a few sort of, let's say, novices.
Yeah.
So, but that's part of it anyway,
And I'm sure, I can guarantee that you get invited and do a lot of historic events as a guest, as a Grand Marshal and so on, and have done for many years now. How do you see the evolution of this event? Because obviously the Californians and the Americans very proud. It's a long history, a steeped history that goes back 50 years. But it's right there at the top of historic racing, isn't it?
It seems a bit strange in a way that, that people picked it up so much after the pandemic nonsense we went through.
Yep.
And so on. Then we have actually the circuit. Oops, this was just a bit of a mishap.
Oops.
They just ran into each other for nothing. But no, people are, they're happy actually to come here, the spectators as well. And, participants, of course, all the activities going on. It's very much under control. It's quite amazing to me how disciplined the whole thing runs. And it's got a lot to do, of course, with the Grand Marshal and Bill Warner and people with the experience. That's super nice.
And I'm sure a lot of old friends that you've seen this weekend?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That, to me, is one of the highlights of these events. Be it Goodwood, be it, Daytona, be it, of course, Laguna. It is fabulous because people come from all over the world. Suddenly you bump into a lot of Germans or English or French or whatever, and they all love to come here. And, you would never see them otherwise. I mean, they live spread all over the world, so suddenly they all come to one place. And that, to me, has a very high social quality. It's a pleasure to see these guys again. You're all mechanics, you're engineers, you're team bosses, whatever. It's intriguing. It's really nice.
And Jochen, as a fellow European, you must be buoyed by the fact the Americans truly do revere what you and so many great European racing drivers achieved in their careers, and are just delighted to see you come to events like this to relive and perhaps share the odd story about your career and just be around, because it's so important, and the Americans truly do deeply love what European racing has brought to America and what, likewise, America has taken over to Europe.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the United States always had a very specific... It's funny, I spoke to the son of
Jim Hall?
Jim Hall.
Yep.
He was a mystic figure.
Yeah.
In Europe.
Yeah.
At the time, in the 60s, late 60s.
Sure.
He came in with his automatic gearboxes and all this other thing, totally unheard of in our places. I mean, the big gearboxes, but not in race cars, and so on. So, and then of course with the fantastic downforce, with the
aerodynamic work that he did as well. Yeah, fantastic.
No, it's very intriguing. Of course, don't forget, California is also far away from the European race scenes.
Sure.
So we have a lot more, to visit.
Well, you can get to 3 or 4 tracks from the Nürburgring within a couple of hours, can't you?
Yeah. So that's, of course, easier for us. And the Americans are happy that people come here. And you have lovely racetracks. I always loved the racing atmosphere in the States.
What's your favorite circuit you've raced in the States?
I love the Sonoma.
Yep.
That was very nice.
Well, these two circuits, Sonoma and Laguna, are very similar in terms of technically being...
No, it's not.
Okay.
So I have to contradict you a little bit.
No, please do. I bow to that.
No, the circuit here is more technical.
Okay.
This is somehow a little more demanding in driving. You have to be more precise on certain areas, and we'll talk about this infamous bloody corkscrew to me, which is one of the most overrated ones. But on the other hand, you can only botch up your lap.
Right.
So just take it neat, and not too fast and not too slow. Obviously. And
trying to be aggressive is not going to help
absolutely. So
here it is.
Yeah, that makes the difference. But we had Riverside. Riverside was very specifically a very strange racetrack, really.
Mm-hmm.
It was not a very good one. Sebring was great.
Do you remember your first sort of forage into American racing or coming to America?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Where was that?
There was 72. 72 was funny because I was invited to do the inaugural race of the Super Vs.
Okay.
Introduction of these Super V series in the States. And I've only done that half a year in Europe. And it was also my first single seaters I drove altogether. So that was quite intriguing to come here. And of course, my engine blew immediately after the first practice. And then the other one was lost somewhere in the airport in Tampa. So we only got it on Saturday afternoon. They said, no, Jochen, you can drive, but you have to start in the back. 60 cars.
Oh.
You have to be, okay. I said, yeah, sure. To me, I took it, with a lot of pleasure to be here and to race in Daytona. And so anyway, the start, we followed the pace car and so on, and then the usual thing, and then the flag came out. And everybody sort of slowed down for the first corner for the left-hander. And I said, why are they going slow? Have they stopped it? I overtook from the 60 cars. And it's not a joke. 56 cars. I overtook 56 cars into the first corner. I don't know. It was just sort of for them it was all new, and there was sort of, but to me there was so I came fourth in the race.
That's the lap of the century.
Yes, it was, absolutely. Anyway, and I diced with an American guy called Scott, but it was not Scott Pruitt.
Okay.
But Scott anyway. And he was a lovely guy. And so we diced around, and he finished ahead of me, but I couldn't give less. There was just sort of it was really wonderful. It was Daytona, and then the weekend after that was Daytona 500.
Oh, right.
That was mind-blowing.
I'll bet.
So, yeah, sure. That was just... And that really actually brought American racing very close. And it's so different to the European racing.
Yeah.
And it's spectacular, and the show is great. The show is much better usually. Oops, yeah, anyway.
Some good close racing in this one, and this, of course, is the Jim Hall Cup. So it's kind of appropriate that you mentioned Jim there, the Texan that was so innovative, and who this group of sports cars from the 60s is named after. Favorite car? Is there one that really springs to mind if we're reminiscing?
Well, I mean, I love the IROX.
Yep. We had Ray Everingham here.
I would love to drive one here again. Yeah.
Well, he's taken all notes. You're welcome.
Yeah, that would be nice to do that again. And some sports cars. There's some pretty cars around, but some, of course, I hadn't driven in my days, so I'm less interested in those. For example, the one we see in the moment. They're lovely cars. For the amateurs and some people who can afford these machines. And they enjoy to run. A lot of fun. But I'm more interested in the ones I hadn't driven as a young guy.
Yeah.
I love the fantastic number of Mustangs. And
Yep.
They're fantastic cars.
Beautiful cars, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, watching a beautiful McLaren go
Yeah.
through its paces here. The number 4 of Brio doing a
Yeah.
very good job in that beautiful McLaren.
Yeah, that's another thing, actually, I would love to drive. This Can-Am.
Yeah, Can-Am car, yeah.
Yeah.
Those were beasts, monsters.
Yeah.
So, in terms of, we've been celebrating some of the great names of American racing. Is there any particular rival in your era, American driver, that stood out to you, even if you didn't race against them, but you had a lot of admiration for?
Well, there were quite a few, obviously. I mean, you know, one of the nicest guys I've met early was Peter Revson.
Yep.
He was a fantastic driver because I always watched him at the Grand Prix and so on with friends, and I said, look, there's the most unspectacular and always the fastest driver. And it's exactly, I mean, a bit like Jackie Stewart as well.
Yeah.
He was also not spectacular, but he was fast.
Alain Prost, the same.
And Alain Prost, yeah, exactly. So you had, Peter Revson had a fantastic talent. He was such a nice person as well. So
and not the obvious cut for a racing driver.
Yeah, that's what it seemed. But then again, he had all the looks, he had everything.
Yeah, oh yeah.
You know, I'm sure the girls liked him.
Oh yeah. So will you be heading back? What's next for you?
What?
What's next for you? Are you
what's
heading
next?
back home? Where are you based now?
No, I have to go home. Yeah, on Tuesday I'm going home. First we go to the Arturo Keller Memorial feat on Monday, and which shall be very nice. He was a great guy. You know, I still hear him singing at the Quail.
Yeah.
You know, with his band, his Mexican band, and so on. So these people are also shaping the image of something very qualitatively fantastic, you know, setting in the States. You know, you have it in Europe, but it's less. They have more sort of willingness to display it, and in a specific way. It's much greater over here than we have in Europe. In Europe, we try to hide it more.
Yeah, it's a shame.
Yeah,
and I think there's some cues being taken as well, how the Americans put on a show and how they go about their racing, and that special sort of, what I call it, a likable rivalry between the Americans and the Europeans continues today, and certainly continues in the historic field. In fact, it's easier to display it here.
But yeah, sure. But saying that, there's the exceptional Goodwood event.
Oh yeah,
list of events, you know, during the year. That's also fantastic, and that's very much, I think, stimulating also the American racing scene, because they see what can be done and so on. And you have a different quality cars here, a different number, and so it's something which is really nice, that they can actually stimulate each other's performance level, and that's great, you know.
Well, as I'm sure you've heard, they've signed a new lease for the next 55 years, so they're probably going to be asking you to come back again.
You mean the Formula One?
No, they've signed the lease here for
I see.
For the track. I mean, to keep going for as long as it can.
Oh, no, that's super.
Yeah, I'm sure you can't believe just how Formula One is regrowing here in the States. It's kind of found a new life.
Yeah, luckily, but I've experienced that actually in all the Grand Prix.
Yeah.
The spectacular American Grand Prix now.
Oh yeah.
I mean, Las Vegas is unbelievable. Austin is great.
Yep.
The circuits are fine, and so on. It's got a lot of quality. So I said to my wife, "This is amazing." When we look at places like Las Vegas, with the lights and all that, and it takes on a different dimension and the different character. We are in a city full of playing, you know, theaters, casinos, everything. And then you have the Grand Prix, which is run in a sort of a similar spirit.
Yes.
Which is super nice. And
I thought it was going to be a hard ask to go to the city of entertainment and put your show on, which is our show, Formula One, but to do it and do it in such a spectacular way, they pulled it off.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I think Formula One gained a lot from that.
Yes, I agree. And we even got Max Verstappen to like it in the end because he wore his overalls with his Elvis belt on.
I just changed the type of cheese he eats.
Ah, that's what it is. Well, listen, it's been a joy to have an audience with the great Jochen Mass, and welcome once again to the Rolex Reunion. Thank you for being part of the history of it, and also for being one of the greats of the history of motorsport. We always enjoy talking to the likes of yourselves and many of the other greats that have really put motor racing on the map worldwide and been a huge contributor to that history. So thank you.
No, thank you very much, and big compliment really to everybody involved in that. And I think you're on the right track, and it's beautifully done. Compliments.
All right, well, that's high praise from someone like yourself. Thank you so much. And as you saw there while we were chatting with Jochen, Richard Griot took that McLaren to victory. Greg Hoff taking second place in another of the McLarens, and then AS de Agustin taking third place ahead of Gear Ramlet and Matthew Pollock. We'll take a short break. One more race to come, and that will be the Parnelli Jones cracking. No, excuse me, it'll be the Dan Gurney Saloon Car race. Getting ahead of myself.
That's nice. Okay.
My dream has always been to compete at the highest level. Not for the love of fame or what comes with it, but to continue my family's legacy. On a team that puts winning in the driver's seat. Introducing the Acura Integra Type S HRC prototype. Born to win, just like me.
What path do you take? Out here, it's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
The feeling is electric. There's a buzz, an energy, a vibe. It doesn't matter what they did last time out. It's all about this race. Inches from the ground, inches from each other. Full send every lap. Now you might not know what's gonna happen, but on any given race day, you'll want to find out.
The NTT IndyCar Series returns to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca on July 27, 2025.
So, I've been working with Pilotti for quite some time now. Working with them, it feels like being part of such a dynamic team. I mean, directly compared to normal shoes, what you instantly feel is you have way better pedal feel. I feel extremely humbled because getting to drive a car like this is something so unique and so special to me, and it just sparks pure joy and energy. Like, in the morning you're tired, you didn't have coffee, you get in up and you're like, boom, okay, that's it. I'm up for it. I'm pumped. Let's bring it on. And it's just pure joy, excitement, and energy to drive such a special car like the GT Tour S.
One-minute warning's been given on pre-grid as we get ready for our final race of the 50th Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion. 1 minute for the Dan Gurney Saloon car, the Saloon Trophy car. This is 1955 to 1969 Saloon car. Pace lockers on our course, so let's set that deal for you. We'll start with the Underway Jenny Baker duo driving car number 62, that's 65 Mini Cooper yellow. There's Don Racine and Dennis Racine in the 177-55 Mini Cooper S. That one's red. In the second row inside position, the 44X combo of Rob Fuller and Greg Hopper, the 1967 Mini Cooper S in white.
Okay, folks, we turn to our last, but certainly not least, of our groups today. Group 13, and this is Saloon Cars, and this is the Dan Gurney Saloon Car Trophy. Cars from 1955 to 1969, and I'm delighted to be joined by John Kleinert. And John, let's start as they're on the pace lap for this saloon race, which is always a bit of fun because we've got a mix of European, American and fun cars out there, lots of minis. Dan Gurney, how did you know him and how did you come to get to know him?
Well, first of all, he was a childhood hero. I'm now, 74 years old. I've been with Ford Motor Company since 1972. And
joining as what?
Well, I worked in Ford Special Vehicle Operations with the racing group, which was great fun. It wasn't work, it was fun.
Yeah.
But through this, upon moving to California in 1988, we became very close friends, my wife and I, with the Gurney family. We live about a mile apart from each other. And I went with Dan to many events, including this event, as he's honored over the years. Henry Ford Museum in Michigan, earning the Edsel Ford, or the Edison Medal, I should say. Dan was celebrated continually, as he certainly deserved, and I accompanied him on many of these trips and got to know him very well. And his reputation was very valid, just one of the nicest guys ever in racing. Everybody loved Dan. Everybody respected Dan. He was a phenomenal driver. Jimmy Clark went on record saying Dan Gurney's the only driver I actually feared.
Wow.
And
that's high praise.
That's saying a lot. That's saying a lot.
That
Yes.
says a heck of a lot, doesn't it? Yeah. Well, of course, he, in his portfolio, winner at Le Mans, winner of so many great races, but also, just like all of our groups this year, and I don't know if you'd agree, but Dan and Jim Hall, all of these guys, they weren't known for being a one-category wonder, and I don't mean that rudely. I mean it that these guys were multiple champions and multiple purveyors of different cars and different championships, and each and every one they seemed to throw their hand out, they were successful.
Yes, that's true. And in those days, the race schedule wasn't as impacted as it is now. There's so many Formula One races, those drivers don't have time to do something else. In Dan's era, they did have the schedule flexibility to drive Can-Am one day and Trans Am the next and Formula One the next and Indy the next. They could mix and match. And that broadened their skills, I think, and they had a lot of fun. It was very evident. They just enjoyed the racing. You know, Dan invented the idea of spraying champagne when you win a race.
Did he really?
Yes, he was the man when he won Le Mans.
So we always think of the Gurney flap, but no, champagne as well. I like
absolutely,
that.
Absolutely. He was always, in a way, he never grew up.
Yeah.
You know, he was just he had that teenager spontaneity and fun factor through it all. You know, probably Dan's most famous win was Le Mans, when he and A.J. Foyt won 67 Le Mans, and that's the race at which he sprayed champagne on the Ford family, among others. It was
yeah, just to deepen the wound for Ferrari, right?
Yes.
Did you race yourself?
Yes, I raced Formula Ford in the 70s, and then Lotus 23 and vintage racing in the 80s, and loved every minute of it. But
so when you were working in the 70s at Ford, you say you worked in the race department, was there a particular skill you brought, or was there a particular project that you were proud of?
Oh gosh, that's interesting. The Mustang GTP program, there's one, I think, here this weekend. This was the Zaxpeed partnership with Eric Zakowski in Germany. Michael Kranifus ran the program, he also from Germany. This was a Walter Hayes idea that Henry Ford embraced, and I had a role in selecting which cars we would be running, and it was great fun and a real challenge.
Yeah, no question. Well, I'm glad Kev Harris has just come up here, so pop in when you like, Kev. I know you've been chatting all day, but how was your day?
Johnny, it has been fantastic, and forgive me for jumping in because I just love it. I'm loving
John. This is Kev. There
John,
you go.
a pleasure to meet you. I was loving the Ford.
That's how we roll here.
Yeah, I love it. I was loving the Ford.
You just missed Jochen Mass, but you know.
I know. I heard. But no, listen. Firstly, I had to get out of the California sunshine because I'm cooked.
Right.
We've been running around the whole pit and paddock all day, chatting to some of the most interesting people, the stories, the cars, the camaraderie.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
It's been brilliant this year. It's been absolutely brilliant. So good.
Well, this is a neighbour of Mr. Gurney's.
It's incredible. It's incredible. I was listening to it. I'm picking up on comms. And as I arrive up here to the commentary position, that's not our man Don Racine, is it?
Of course it is.
Randy Unsby, car 62 from Pure Racing out in front as it goes green.
Yep, we're green in the Dan Gurney Saloon Car Trophy. And, John, we absolutely love this event, A, because we're Brits and we love to see minis taking on whatever's going out there. And there's Ford Escorts and you name it.
No, let me mention, in 1958, there was the Race of Two Worlds at Monza, Italy.
Yep.
Where the Europeans and the Americans competed. Some of the Indy cars came over. It was a brutal race. Sure. Sterling Moss in the El Dorado ice cream Maserati, for example. Well, this is today's version of the Race of Two Worlds.
Okay.
It's European and American cars competing. It's great. This is some of the best racing you'll find in any class.
I always enjoy it. I know Kev does too. He always comes up for it because we love to watch Well, we're always startled by what a Mini can achieve. It just sort of it goes beyond the world of physics in my mind.
Well, they are what's called a momentum car. You just keep going, and other people may have to slow down. The Minis just keep going.
Well, and maybe you can talk to this, but everybody tells me that when you turn a Mini in, the front wheels literally go. There's no worry about oversteer. You don't. It just kind of goes where you'd point it.
Well, these Alpha GTAs, they have such a flexible chassis. On a hard turn, the inside front wheel will also lift.
Yeah.
So it's who can get the best traction, I guess.
And I bet it's pretty much a lot of fun coming down there too. 5 stories in a Mini. Boy, you feel that.
I just always feel with this, Johnny, if you're sat out on that racetrack in a Mini, you must just feel so small.
Yeah.
Because they look tiny and the track is vast, isn't it? You know what I mean?
But, I'm always amazed, again, the physics of a Mini. My brother-in-law, 6'4", 6'5", I'm not sure, but he can fit perfectly in a Mini.
He can fit perfectly in it.
Yeah, no problem.
It's a great package.
It's a great package. So too's this, the 33 of Tim Probert, who's had a great weekend in that Cortina. 65 Tortina right there in the white, holding off a couple of Alphas.
Actually, one of the competitors, David Woodhouse, in his Mini, he told me that by changing from Dunlop tires to Hoosier tires, he cut 7 seconds off his lap time.
Just the tires, huh?
Just the tires.
Wow.
That's quite something.
Yeah.
Well, he started in 25th, so let's hope he's using those to good. He's in a 1965 Austin Mini Cooper S. There's the 68 just going through that shot. That's Gary Dream and a 65 Mini Cooper S.
So, Johnny, you've been sat up here looking at these beautiful drone pictures and video shots all weekend long. It looks absolutely stunning on the screen when we see it. What's been a highlight for you?
I don't know. I mean, the whole event really, and the way they staged it, and to have the likes of Jochen Mask talk about it in such glowing terms. But likewise, Ricky Taylor came up here, Jim Hall Jr. Came and had a chat too as well. And so I've been very blessed to have what I hoped I would achieve out of an event like this, which is to get people from the paddock, just like John, and to hear their stories, to hear where they fit into this world. Because a lot of people come in the booth and they say, well, I'm not, this is not my thing. And I'm not expecting them to commentate motorsport. What I'm expecting them to do is just tell me their story and how they fit into this event.
Yeah.
And John, that's exactly why I'm glad we've got you here, because this is a typical example. You worked for Ford in the 70s. What was the atmosphere in terms of rivalry about what they were doing on the other side of the pond? Were you always keeping a watchful eye?
Actually, in that era, 70s and the 80s, America was emulating the Brits.
Right.
Yeah.
Ford of Europe was doing a great job in motorsport. We were being manipulated too much by external factors, as the saying goes. And
Corporation.
Walter Hayes, a Brit, God bless him. He's a man who went to Henry Ford II, and he literally said, our people need to smell some exhaust. That was his comment. He got the Detroit Grand Prix going for Formula One. That was a Walter Hayes idea. He established special vehicle operations to build performance cars. It all came from England to America and from Germany. They're the ones. And I was one of the few Yanks, I guess, in the early group. I was the 7th employee of the group, and we wound up doing all over the GTP program, the IMSA GTX program. We had Klaus Ludwig driving for us very successfully, Bobby Rahal Jr., Lynn St. James in IMSA. It was a great period, and it was a resurgence of Ford racing. We'd conquered the world in the 60s, of course.
Yeah.
And then in the 70s, with all the environmental concerns and emissions and safety and so forth, it fizzled. And Walter Hayes said, let's get it back. And that's what we did. So we were the group that did it.
And ironically, here we are in 2024, Jim Farley racing here.
Yeah,
and there's no question Ford are pushing hard, and some people pushing back against Jim Farley's interest in Ford going into racing, but he is stridently going ahead. Formula One project is happening. The Mustang Challenge, or the Challenger, I think it's called.
Yep.
It's going to be at COTA in a couple of weeks. That's a one-make series for Ford, but they are racing hard now.
And that was Gabe Tesh, who I was just talking to.
Yeah.
He races in that series, so he's going to COTA in a couple of weekends' time. Inspirational story. If you want stories, just have a chat to Gabe and listen to that.
Yeah,
to
recovering
that young
from
man.
cancer and
recovering
racing.
from brain cancer at age 11, and then now 21. 10 years later, at age 21, he's a race car driver. He's raced in that series. And yeah, you mentioned Jim Farley. I mean, it's so good, isn't he? The guy's the CEO of a global organisation. On his weekends off, he's here in his race overalls, getting down and dirty with everyone else. He's going wheel to wheel, hard charging with the best of them.
What I haven't, go ahead.
The Mustang GTD that was shown here today. That's Jim Farley's baby.
Yeah.
And he said very simply, we're going to emulate what Porsche has done very successfully.
Yeah.
We're going into GT3 racing. We're going to have single mark racing. We're going to run at Le Mans, which we just did. Got a third place. Not a bad
not a bad way to go.
Yeah. So this is all, as much as Walter Hayes envisioned the return in the 80s, Jim Farley is leading the return, you might call it, or certainly the continuation today.
It's an important time for Ford, isn't it?
It is.
And for all motor companies, to be honest. But,
Well, Motorsport does a lot for the image of a company.
Yeah.
Whatever the naysayers might say, they're wrong. Motorsport means a lot. People love a winner. And Americans are competitive by nature, as I think people everywhere. Certainly the Brits are competitive by nature. Look at the Olympics that just happened. The national fervor about that. Well, Ford is engendering a lot of fervor through our racing and having a good time at it. So, hey, what's wrong with that?
Yeah, and I also think historic racing, if we take it a next degree, is also doing a lot for combustion racing, because that may die, and it's heading that way, and a lot of the companies are going to new fuels, including hydrogen, and obviously electric's already here.
Yeah.
But there is still room, and there is still a history, and it's a living history. We're watching it right this moment, and we're celebrating 50 years of it. And like I said, young people coming to these events, the dynamic of this and the history perspective of this, of what so many innovations have achieved for just the local man on the street, that you were a part of, that many of the people here in the paddock were a part of growing. It's interesting. There's a good combination with you two. He worked at Ford Performance in the early 70s. You've done quite a lot of work with Ford, modern work.
Yeah, I do a lot of corporate gigs with Ford in the UK. I just spent 10 days talking about Ford commercial vehicles, transit vans, and e-transit in particular. So I've just come from the workaday van side of things, and suddenly I'm here with the top-level GTD race car side of things and priceless historic. So, but yeah, I think it's really interesting, and as time goes by, as you just said, Johnny, we're celebrating 50 years of this year, but this is going to become more important than ever. Preserving these cars and continuing this as time goes by, it's become more important than ever, because younger generations coming through, if nobody looks after these things, they're not even going to know what they are or what they were. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And go ahead.
Well, you're mentioning fuels and EVs and so forth. The internal combustion engine is going to be with us for a long time to come. Fuels themselves are becoming cleaner. Chevron, I was in a seminar yesterday with people from Chevron saying we're developing gasoline that is environmentally phenomenal.
Yeah.
And it's going to enable the continuation of internal combustion. Ford Motor Company, we've got an ad in today's program saying, take your choice. We'll give you pure electric, we'll give you hybrid, we'll give you internal combustion. And we plan to continue all three. The consumer can decide. We'll offer all of them. And that, to me, is the smart thing to do.
People forget we had electric cars in the early 1900s.
That's right.
They've been around a long, long time. They actually have.
But guess what? They had
I'm going to jump in. I've got to say cheerio, because I am being dragged down to the paddock area.
I don't see anybody dragging you.
I am. There's going to be a hook coming in here. But I've got to go down to the picnic in the paddock area because for prize giving, which is happening at 5:45.
Did you win?
I haven't won a thing, but apparently I got to give out some awards to some lovely folks who have.
Go do it.
So I got to go do that. But listen,
But
John,
come back with the information
to
for 2025. I want to know what's happening.
Yes, for sure. Johnny, thanks ever so much.
No,
Always
my
a pleasure. Great
Always
job
a
up
pleasure.
here in the booth, and hopefully we'll be back next year.
Thanks
This
for rocking
event
and
will
rolling
be
with
for
me.
sure.
It's been fun, as
All right,
always.
buddy. Take
Safe
care.
travels. And that was Kev Harris, who's been bebopping around the paddock all weekend long, and absolutely fantastic job done. He's off to do the prize giving. I hope that's fun. We're looking at Chet Taylor and William Taylor. Now, the Taylors had a really good run yesterday, and Horatio Fitzsimon had problems yesterday, but he's now ahead of them. And Andrew Waite and Danny Baker, no surprise, leading this race in the 62. We've got a lap or so, or two to go, and Don Racine. Now, of course, this is different than endurance. We had endurance last night, and of course, that's an hour long with a pit stop. And the ability to change drivers, hence the reason you see the odd two-driver team here. But this is purely a sprint race.
And what a sprint race. Look at it. This is great.
Absolutely superb. And cars that you would never expect normally to see racing against each other in many ways.
You know, the Mini is such a giant killer. I remember even Denise McCluggage back in the day flipping one end over end 4 times. She got out and walked away and, dusted her hands. That was it. Just puts a smile on your face.
I know. I used to be a big rally man, and I couldn't believe when I started going back in history and looking at what had happened in the history of rally to see Paddy Hock do it.
Yes.
And Mini Cooper, I mean, again, talk about giant killers. Nobody would have given that the time of day.
Right.
Not so in his hands.
You know, this was Alex Isagonius' design, and his transverse engine and gearbox was historically very significant. Affected quite a few manufacturers, including even Enzo Ferrari. He actually had one of these cars.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Now, the car you're looking at, that number 5, is Mazan Fawez and Jenson Button, I believe. But that doesn't ring true because they've got an Alfa Romeo, so it's a different... Sorry, I misspoke. They have a number 5, but it's a different number 5. That definitely is the 62, though. That's your leader. But no, Jensen is out there, or at least they're at entry, with an Alfa that they only bought a month ago. I'm told that Mazan is a good friend of Jensen, and he said, well, I'm coming to bring my C-Class, my C-type Jaguar. So, why don't we see if we can get him involved in another race? And so they picked the Dan Gurney Trophy, bought a car, and here it is, and here they are. Love it. So he's voted with both feet, has Jensen. It's a delight to have him here. But he has shied away from getting out there and getting amongst it. And I looked to all in consequences and really enjoyed it. You ever raced a Mini?
Never have.
I'd love to own one.
Wouldn't we all?
I think they're great.
That car has probably produced more smiles than any other car ever made.
I agree. Yeah, that and the Beetle, the Volkswagen Beetle, I would argue, is a fun car just to look at.
Yeah.
And then you see it perform or you drive in one. I've spent many a time 4 people in a Mini, quite easily. Now, I was a bit smaller then, but... So Button drops down to, or the Fowers Button combination drops down to 8, because I'm not sure who's actually driving the car. But Waite and Baker, who were waiting for a decent result out of one of these races, may just get that today. And Andrew Waite and Danny Baker in that 65 Mini car. That's a car that was built in 1966 to race by Randy Unsby as part of a 3-car team with his brother, and it was purchased and restored by Mini legend Don Racine. Here's Jensen. There's the 5 that I was looking for. So that's the man himself, Jenson Button, former Formula One world champion, throwing his legs at a good old Alfa and getting into the spirit of historic racing. Great to have him here.
And look at those 2 Minis sticking to him like glue. Amazing. You know, that's got to be a quick Alfa and well driven. And the Minis are right there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you know that there's no lack of ability behind the wheel. Although I will say, in Jensen's defense, he's never raced Laguna Seca. He's been around it in road cars and done bits and bobs corporately, but he's never actually raced here. So good on him.
I'm sure he can catch on very quickly.
Yeah. Well, I was laughing at it in his C-Type, the size of the wheel compared to what he must drive even today in the used Porsche in WEC, which he'll be racing in a couple of weeks' time here in America, at Circuit of the Americas, so opposite to what he's used to, but he loved it. He loved the mechanical feel of being at one with the car, he was saying, leading into this event. So, yeah, good on him. White flag is out. Good to see a British flag on the top of the Mini. Oh, side-by-side stuff. The flag's being waved. Is anybody taking any notice? Just about.
Oh, boy.
Hey!
Oh, yes. There.
Why take the normal line when you can take a straight line?
Absolutely.
He is racing. Look at that. Hey, up the inside at Rady. Oh, why not? If you can take one, take two.
Look at that.
I love it. Oh, he's coming to the end of the race. He's got to do something. He's pulling the big plug. I love it. Yeah, it looks as though the 44, Fitzsimon, has taken the lead away from Waite and Baker, and he has. And even much as they tried, dirt and all, Fitzsimon is going to win this race. He's had a disappointing weekend, but boy, did he make that happen on the last last lap.
A good application of irrational exuberance.
Exactly, irrational exuberance. I will take that home with me. Thank you, John. I always like a good expression for racing. All right, so Horatio Fitzsimon wins our final race in honor of Dan Gurney, and I would have thought, yeah, thumbs up from him, and I would have thought upstairs Dan Gurney is looking down saying, you know what, pretty darn good effort, well done. So then, that concludes our coverage of the reunion. My thanks to John Kleiner to join us for this last group. Thank you, sir.
My pleasure, thank you.
Always an insight. But thank you for tuning in. It's been a great 2 days of sun and fun here at the 50th Monterey Rolex Reunion. And, well, as you've heard, Kev is heading down to the prize giving, and at that prize giving, there is usually an announcement, that is tradition, as to what will be happening in 2025. So check the internet. Everybody very excited as we go into the next chapter. We were looking back this year to 50 years of historic racing that goes back to 74, thanks to Steve Earle and his team. But now, in the current iteration, we look now towards the next 50 years of racing here, and long may it continue. From me, Jonathan Green, and everybody at Greenlight TV, it's been a pleasure to be part of this event. We hope to see you this time next year. Until then, goodbye for now.